Oh. Ooh, oh, okay. Finally? Or is it going to show up here, though? Public. Dude, do I have 388 notifications? Shot. Oh yeah, I think it's working. Alright, should be good. Oh, chat wasn't working because it was private. The video was private before. Oh my god, dude. Alright, saved. Alright, we're good. Log in. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Yeah. Summon Reaper. Yeah, I don't know about Summon Reaper. I just want SRS to be good. Just let us play prime SRS again. That's what we need. Alright, I gotta sign in with the browser or something. Speedrun this shit. Speedrun. Oh my god, dude, it's making me like authorize and shit. No thanks, I'll do it later. Alright. 2 minutes. Are we making a sick buildable ways? I mean, maybe not today, I don't know, but trust, we got a sick build we're gonna make. Haven't even seen the patch notes. I don't need to see the patch notes. We're gonna make the sickest build of all time. Trust. Alright, we're hiding chat. Yeah. My body is ready. Oh, we do have drops. What is it? Mirage weapon effect. This might be loud. I think you just gotta watch for 45 minutes or something. Lit. I mean, I'm never gonna use it, but hey, that's lit. It's much visual clutter. Oh, it works in PV2 as well. Okay. Alright, it's kind of lit. Kind of lit. I mean, I might mess with him PoE2. Not PoE1 though. Toxic positivity train. GG would love you. Oh, they would love you, dude.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live.
Yo!
Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now, first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
Yo.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not.
Yeah, we'll turn it up a bit.
The Aphrodite assault our lands, trapping my Jinn in an astral plane. Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish.
Yo. What is this? It feels like Sanctum almost.
An ancient evil yearns for his freedom.
Ooh, I like those
We
animations.
must keep him in the
Yeah,
dark.
what? What's wrong with this guy? Imbued. What? Damn. Yo, transfigured version of that? Oh. Exceptional supports? Uh-oh. Dude, what are they doing? Requarian. They reworked the Atlas again? Oh my goodness. Dude, it looked like the old Atlas though. Oh, dude, I need to see that again. It looked like the old Atlas where we had the 8 zones. What was that? Oh my, dude, I gotta make a new Atlas video, bro.
Oh
man.
Unlock new powerful rewards and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game Atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match. After that, we want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Dude, I gotta make a new Atlas video. That's insane, actually.
I'm Mark
After one league.
Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Afarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries.
The
They
squad.
are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Afarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown.
Buff audio, my
You must
audio
fight your way
or
past the Afarud's
in-game audio?
necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn.
I mean the
Here,
stream audio.
Varashta, an ancient Mariketh sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them,
The stream?
you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral
Yeah.
Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage.
This shit's kind of loud already,
an
though.
imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn.
That's fine. That should be
Now,
good.
When we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this leak mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the Mirage area and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other currencies.
By other currencies, they mean
Or
transfigurations.
wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the
Or
wish for
transmutations,
avarice,
excuse me.
which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the wish for souls or the wish for godhood, which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course.
The choosing.
Each wish is also
This reminds me
marked
of
with the
Sanctum, the
sigil
screen right
of
here.
one of 3 powerful Jinn. The Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn,
Shards.
or Water Jinn.
Oh wow,
Depending
these
on the sigil
are.
chosen, monsters within the affected mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies.
These are the ones from PV2,
A
eh?
coin of knowledge,
From
coin of
Cycle
power,
of Rashta.
or coin of skill. Each of these coins can be used on a max leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used.
This is giga power creep. What the hell?
Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time.
This is
Meaning
super
you
power
cannot
creep.
have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Choose what you wish.
That's one of the rewards, but let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic.
That's insane, actually.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Jinn. Shatter this chain to free the Jinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarud may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Jinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Jinn. Mirages created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had.
It sounds rippy. But cool, nice
Mirages
choosing.
created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights can be defended again.
Wow. Gee, those guys do a
Legions
lot of
fought
damage.
once more, and so on. Effectively, you
That's
get a
kinda nice.
portion of your map to play a second time. And everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too.
It's like Scourge
These
without
recreated
backtracking.
copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power
Yeah,
of the Mirage.
modified Scourge.
And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles.
Hopefully, they buff ground
As a
loot.
reward for these new threats,
Otherwise, it's not going to be that
Mirage
sick.
ultimatums
I
can
mean, I guess it
provide
will
the
be.
new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts.
It still buffs
These
tile
catalyze
loot.
jewelry with increased effect of either prefix or suffix modifiers. As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a Thaumaturgic Hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of Thaumaturgic dust.
Okay.
Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarud enemies, infested with Blight. This lane can reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing.
That is way better than Stygian. What the hell?
As a quick note, Imprisoned Jinn will generally
Damn.
be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area.
That's
As
a
the
new base build.
campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Jinn. So your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding.
More rippy. That's what I
Now,
heard.
of course, if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques.
Okay.
The Ufarud are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Maraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease,
It's a big
they have
stick.
twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Maraketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies.
All right, does that have damage
However,
though? No attack speed
Varashta
either.
has in her command the power to restore these once lost Maraketh treasures to their former glory.
That thing looks trash
Acquiring
actually.
a
That
coin
sword.
of restoration by slaying monsters and mirages allows any unique obtained from the Afarud
Oh, you can buff it.
to be transformed into its Maraketh counterpart,
Okay.
its glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Maraketh blade
The damage
that
went
radiates
down.
with the glowing heat of the desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area.
That damage went down, dude. That thing looks
If you
terrible. The
meddle with
damage
the
it has no
affairs
damage.
of the Afarud for too long, though,
What?
you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new Endgame boss,
Uber
Saresh
boss,
of
please.
the Weeping Black. Saresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items. Yours for the taking, if you're able to defeat him. So that's the Mirage League.
Okay.
Now,
Cool.
to face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills, some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples.
Transfigured.
With Holy Hammers,
Holy Hammers.
you slam the ground to call
Transfigured.
down a Hammer of Justice from the sky.
Transfigured.
If this hits an enemy, an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself
Oh, dude,
can
that
further
looks-
cascade, and so forth.
So mid, actually.
Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which
Expend
can
an endurance
also
charge?
cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment.
I mean, it doesn't look that bad, I guess.
Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old
Holy
that it's one of
Sweep?
the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago.
You'll probably need some
It's
slam
been
balance changes, though.
long overdue for some attention.
I mean,
With
sweep's kind of sick.
328, it has been reworked.
Oh, they said
into
power
Holy
charge?
Sweep.
Oh, my bad.
This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning,
So you have to play
with shiny
crit?
new effects to match.
All right, so
Some
the new
enemies struck
sweep
by
looks
the
sick.
initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above.
Honestly,
These
that looks
hammers
sick.
cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts.
Wait, so it's like Sunder.
When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do.
Minions?
These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon
Oh, okay.
to deal their damage.
They don't scale
Stand
with minion
against your
stuff, I
foes
guess.
with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash
Oh.
a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield.
Oh my god, dude, Quinn.
Additional cones of light
Quinn is
will also
nutting right
pour
now.
forth
He's
from your nearby
nutting.
allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light.
Dude, what the hell is this even?
Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a
alright, that looks
hovering
cool.
ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power.
It has a delay?
Hallow supports
Disgusting.
melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage, but only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of holy sentinels. Or friends,
Dude,
when they're online.
what is this, bro?
We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels, and the Guardian Ascendancy class.
Oh, shit. Huh.
We also have another batch of
Interesting.
new transfigured gems,
That's
with many
interesting.
of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority,
Oh,
which
dude.
casts its higher
This is your
damage dealing
gem,
Nova
Samus.
at your location instead of its own.
What the hell?
You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning
Holy
upon
shit.
doing so. This gives you a
That sounds
mobile
fucking
storm of
insane.
destruction that
This
follows you as
sounds
you dive
fucking
into battle.
nuts.
We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes. Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta.
Slams
So
are
we've
gonna
done
get
a bunch of balance
fucking
adjustments to a few
nuked.
other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes,
good.
expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike,
Did they change the Gravebind wheel?
Holy
The
Flame
fuck?
Totem, and Dominating Blow.
Dude,
We're
this is
also
gonna be
doing
Guardian
our
League?
usual improvement to some of the least played ascendancy classes. This
Oh,
time with
man.
a focus on Guardian and Warden.
Damn,
Speaking
Warden
of
has so many
ascendancies,
notables.
let's talk about the Scion and her new Requarian ascendancy class.
Okay.
For
It's like
those that have
scavenger,
played the
huh?
Legacy of Freesia events, this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items.
Oriarthans.
All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect.
Dude, that is not much
Or
larger,
instead,
bro.
take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits.
That's kind of cool for a invert
Next,
build.
pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver.
Dude,
Or
whatever, bro.
Martyr's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons.
So far, this looks really mid.
Lastly,
I need to see all the
pick
notes,
your
though.
Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes.
Wow, plus 60. Wow.
Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the
I mean,
Reliquarian
those notes
has
look kind of
more
mid.
flexibility in how
There might
you
be some good
build
stuff
it
there, though.
compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which
That's
are
sick.
offered will change.
Good change.
If you don't
Or
like
good-
what she
good
offers
addition.
this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one.
Scion does
Time
see
to
already
move on
look
to
quite a
the
bit of play,
endgame.
though, for jewel builds,
With
cluster
this
builds.
expansion, we are
cluster
aiming
jewels.
to liven up the endgame, giving players
Yeah,
new
yeah, yeah.
experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks.
I'm pretty sure we're getting a gauntlet this build. This league.
Extensive changes will be coming to
Let's
the Atlas
go.
and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful.
Yeah.
In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story. How she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities.
I hope this is not as convoluted as the
reshaping
old
how we
Atlas,
interact with the Atlas
the
entirely.
one before the current one.
To explain how
Or
this changes
whichever
your
one it was.
interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context
The
or having a bit
Watchstones.
of a trip down memory lane.
Yep.
27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, the War
Elder
for the
Rings?
Atlas, we had a
Yeah, this was
mechanic
really
on the
weird.
Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions.
I like this The panning camera there,
we'd
that's
love
pretty cool.
to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps.
The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your atlas, put in your map item, click
Gee, this is
activate,
literally
and you're
Pee-wee
good to
2.
go.
What was that? The scarab slots?
That Mesa may drop a Tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again. Or choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice. This is one of the many benefits to this change, which is that if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around,
Cool.
it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them.
I mean, that's
at a
kinda
moment's
nice.
notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency.
All right, yeah, this is
Up
a
until now, this would have required having some Mesa
is an
maps
upgrade for sure.
stashed, setting all your favored maps to Mesa,
At least
or
for what we've
doing
seen so
a
far.
whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after. You will now begin at
100
the
maps.
center of the atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 voidstone slots. In addition,
Oh,
all the
okay.
content accessed
That's
from
kinda
the map
sick.
device now exists physically on the atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This
Sick.
also means that all unique maps are now present on the atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league. You now gain 1 atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any atlas skill points. These have been
Nice.
moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before.
Nightmare maps. Excuse me?
Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery, arcane astrolabes.
So these are the
Zana
new
is currently traversing the threads
sextants?
that weave the atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes,
Oh, can you
and
stack
they
them?
apply different types of shaped regions. For example, an
Can they stack?
abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss. Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter.
Nice.
Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map.
This is on the endgame
Upon
boss.
doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier.
What if we had a Zana
This
Uber
means
boss?
as you
That'd be
progress through
disgusting.
the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense, with the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced. Finally,
Ooh,
at
this
the
sounds
end
like
of
a
the region of
rippy
maps,
atlas.
Once you have successfully
I'm down.
moved the atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had.
Which
He
bosses are
cares
these?
only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking.
Oh, it's just
Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the
heist.
atlas.
Did they delete
So
heist?
you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward.
Delete heist.
One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items.
Oh, Divine Orb. I mean,
This new shaped region
Delete
system
King's
is
March.
one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that. With all the new endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible.
Go on.
You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run.
Nice.
When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device. in the
Damn,
right
quality
spot.
of life. Whoa.
That's the core of the new endgame.
Sick.
But there's a lot more in-game changes coming in 3.28. Let's blast through them.
Yeah.
Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love. Killing
This is a
monsters
huge
and
patch.
getting loot. To
Yeah.
that end,
Ground
we've
loot?
made a number of changes.
Ground loot.
We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment.
Ground loot.
We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely.
Dude, those are
The
kind of
loss of
annoying.
content and loot here has been compensated for in other places.
Okay.
Void Stones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your Atlas. Including
17s are
adding
called
the
Nightmare.
new Originator Void Stone,
Nightmare
which
maps.
enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section.
Exceptional supports like Piri 2.
T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed.
Oh,
The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses.
sick.
The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills. And no
Yeah,
more will you be
that was
incapable of
terrible.
dealing damage periodically.
Awful mods.
Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads. Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your Atlas,
Oh, dude, this
will
is
now
so
drop an
much, bro.
itemized version of that
So
thread,
much.
allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure.
I have to like study this shit afterwards.
We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion.
I was
which
kinda
can
hoping for a
generate
scarab
some
would work.
Truly tempting logbooks. And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional will place a true antagonist level rogue exile threat in your map.
Exceptional rogue
Empowered
exile.
by every type of
Dude.
wildwood wisp, possessed
Come on,
by a
bro.
tormented spirit,
I'm not fighting that
augmented with
shit.
rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine. This exile is not to be trifled with.
And not touching that scarab ever in my life.
Alongside that, we've also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map.
Not me.
On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod. Check out the new The Paths Not Taken
Fractured
keystone,
Veiled.
which means your maps on average will
Nice.
drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery. And last, but
That's
not
actually
least,
really good during
we've also made some
progression.
changes
Like, well,
to
maybe.
King Smart shipping, such as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops.
All right, people
I wonder
were
what this
yeah
new port
recommending
will
this
send back.
change. This was a recommended
Ports will
change
now
from
give more rewards
community.
for favored resources, and you can even re-roll them for gold if they're not offering what you're after. Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want.
That's good for us stuff.
Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the rune
Pearl
graft of
Harbor
Fury,
did?
which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask.
I mean, what is the point of that?
And the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration. We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports.
All right, how many do
So
we got
let's
here?
get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone.
What are
As
nightmare
mentioned
maps
earlier,
since
this
T17s are gone?
Voidstone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out. Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character. But there's
Greater
existed
Awakened?
a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels.
Cannot modify
and
the
deep
skills
into
of
the
minions.
endgame.
Why do you hate minions,
However,
GGG?
we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player
Whack.
power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many
many?
are there, and
60.
what exactly do they do? There
50.
are over 40 new exceptional supports to
Close.
discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges. For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the
Hex-Toad.
Hex-Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode.
Dude, there's gonna be a
dealing
lot
chaos
of new builds, huh? Like, this is very
From the
unique.
Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support,
What
which causes your
the
raining
hell is
attacks
that?
to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect
Hopefully we get a full list
may
of
win
these.
you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded
Reserve
for
max
stacking
mana.
mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage.
Yo, what?
We'll
That's
tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many,
Isn't that crazy
many more
good?
for you to discover. Keepers of the
Dude,
Flame
that's-
is coming back.
oh, but it's
However,
you can't
We
resist. Like,
do know that
you can't have a
many
big
players
pool
have
for
issues with
Archmage
the
though.
walls and hive encounters.
It's like an
In
alternative
order to
to
address these concerns,
Archmage.
we'll be making a number of changes.
seems pretty good.
One of the biggest problems
'Cause you
is
get-
that
you actually get
walls will
auras.
block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent
Okay, they
that,
know.
walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage.
Um,
But we also wanted to make sure
Me
we
playing Heavy
reduce the
Strike.
visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller. To allow players to engage with hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want. Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added plenty. Here are a few examples.
I don't think that works about that.
The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or hive fortress, while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from hive monsters in all subsequent waves. Graft items will no longer exist. but we've moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports, such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill, and the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them. We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer, from the new bosses in their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future.
That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new in-game system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now.
You can now favorite trades on the currency exchange. This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data.
Isn't it all the same things you already showed us?
A further improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open. Now, when trading in a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant item. If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive.
It's a big buff to some
The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete. And a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion.
They should make it bigger. It's like cover your entire screen.
Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals.
Yeah, nobody uses those though.
Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine, surrounded by enemies, and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain.
Aren't those guys rippy? Those big hammer
Next
guys?
up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Curator of Wisdom and Iron Incarcerator packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Curator of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions.
Not a huge fan of the portals.
The Traveling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity. Just hover the item, or link it in chat to show it off.
Mike slow. Oh, my bad.
The acquired Wisdom unique finisher effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold.
It is a bit low.
Most exiles would struggle carrying piles of scrolls while traveling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of Wisdom armor set is perfect for the adventurous scholar. Any expert curator knows scrolls hold more than just knowledge. They also hold power. As you cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before materializing shortly after. It also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after. Summon your Scroll Shaper familiar pet to follow alongside you.
Oh,
This creature is
what the
formed
hell?
from folded magical texts.
My
and can
mic gain
shapeshift
is like
between
20
different
decibels lower.
forms. You can think of this as having multiple
What the
pets.
hell? Alright, we're
It can
good.
fold into a fox, and then even burn away,
Good catch. Thanks for the heads up.
reforming into a flying bird. This series of packs also contains the Scroll Portals, jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make a quick retreat through. A supreme level of knowledge that can't remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves. The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal titan who carries your base of operations up their shoulders, constantly moving through a boundless desert.
Can I pet that dog?
The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Incarcerator's Restraints back attachment features stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings.
Yeah, let me buy
Shackles
a supporter
develop
pack
your
to get
choice of
tortured.
torturing device when you use the Chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect. These chains shatter into links to batter enemies. Make your way through Rayclast as a walking penitentiary. Intimidate your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set.
Oh, that's kind of mid.
After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the Iron Maiden portal to retreat to your torture
cool.
chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar creature was a favorite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to mesmerize and control the toughest
Dude,
of minds.
Ritsu's going nuts right now, guaranteed.
Use their talents to charm other players, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead, at least until it wears off. What better way to execute prisoners when your torturing is particularly value? Harvest their souls to fill this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of the monster.
I don't want that in my hideout, just like torture dudes every time I enter a map.
An execution session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard, which is displayed for all that enter your hideout. Additionally, all microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Harvest
Ooh, an
Exile 2.
origami fox.
Thank you
Yo,
so
that was kind of
much
cool.
for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with ZD. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile on Mirage.
Oh
at
man, that was a
11
lot.
a.m. New Zealand time, 2 p.m. Pacific.
That was a lot.
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release.
And there was some
Keep
stuff that
an eye
I
on the
wanted to
news.
see. This is up on YouTube. We'll watch that one. But for now, this will do. That was a lot, mate. That was a lot. Wait, so is Eater and Exarch are gone. So these are replacements for Eater Exarch, eh? Is that what these are?
Welcome back, ZD here. Joined
Whoa,
by
the audio is so whack.
Dude.
Dude.
An hour, 2 hour, 3 hours, we'll see. especially with
What is with the audio?
things like ground flute, Endgame, breach, King's March, balance. There's a lot to cover here.
I'll watch it here with you forever, Ziggy.
Yeah.
Sounds like they're underwater.
Let's do it. And well, let's start
Fucking
by
Water Temple
just
League.
welcoming Octavian here to the show for the first time.
Hello.
And
Yeah, I think either Exarch's dead. I mean, the bosses are probably still in the game though.
This guy?
But I think the altars are gone.
Yeah, they should. No, I've been doing a lot. So we'll get into more details later, probably. But the teams between PoE1 and PoE2 have become a little bit more distinctly split as of late. There's definitely still some people who jump back and forth, but myself, I work fully on PoE1 at the moment. And I've been doing a lot of the design work on, pretty much everything to do with the 328 expansion. It's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers, but I've had my hand on a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it represents a part of Exalt 1, like getting the team and resources that it needs to like continue its development and like put out some spicy expansions every 4 months or something you're trying to do now. So it's a pretty exciting thing for PoE1.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. Like, and there's been some growing pains. We had our whole team was split, merged team, and we're kind of splitting again, and we're going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do.
So Dual Strike got Cold Pen.
Octavian and Andrew
Holy Sweep.
Here, but
Level 1
AoE.
AoE.
In the future,
Level 1 though.
We'll figure that out. But
Oh, is this raise mana cost too?
Octavian,
I'm sure it does.
Seizing control and having that like X factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have, and
Definitely gonna raise mana costs.
Pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. Did I feel like I was giving enough time to each product? Because I was so spread too thin, as they say.
Yeah, it's a
and all this,
GGG
and so,
audio issue.
all of a sudden,
It seems better now, but
Octavian's, just like, let me do it.
it was pretty bad at the start.
So here's where we are, and it's this real awesome story where now, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this, obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was new, right? And so they're developing it and, releasing and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's, Jonathan's obviously still in the picture, but you've got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and Andrew, all three of us coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to this point, and so like a lot of what Octavian's getting is the story.
Fine on their stream. And the audio, their audio seems fine now on my end. Does it not sound good anymore for you?
So I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting. Yeah, it's bloody cool. While also makes things easier for me. I'm like way less stressed about it. I'm way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on quality and what we're doing. And it's just an all-round win. And first time Octavian here doing these. You'll see a lot more of them, I'm sure, unless
it's still
scuffed. Catastrophically wrong today. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm confident.
Oh, it's stuttering?
Expansion.
No, it's real good. It's awesome. Yeah, like for sure. Like if you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing. Like I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest. And good. It's good. And obviously keen to talk about it and keen to answer all the questions. Sure, hopefully you are too.
Yeah, Octavian's been super humble and stuff. Everyone's talking to him like, yeah, you're doing a good job. This looks good. This is good content.
It's a big deal.
Good content.
It's a big deal.
Oh, it is. What the hell? Oh, it is. What the hell? Oh, it is. What the hell?
It's real good. It's awesome. Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah, it's fucked. What the hell? All right, let me try to fix it.
How did I do?
The players, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I still.
Is it still whacked?
For a living when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day, but I still
All right, I think it's good.
I work on
It's
the game
good.
for 8 hours and then I go home
If
and
it's
play
not,
the
let me
game
know.
for like 4 and then I eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded. I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me like, do you not play the game anymore? Is
If it
not
starts
fun
up again, let
anymore?
me know.
Like, do you get sick of it? And no, No, it has not yet happened.
What is our thoughts? There's a lot of changes. We need to see patch
I
notes.
think we definitely need to talk about ground loot.
Yeah, the loot. There's not much loot on
I
the
was not
ground
expecting
down
this big
here,
of a
is
rework.
there?
I didn't see anything.
Where's
And
the
nothing's
loot?
making it through my filter.
I'm glad they are reworking it, but man, I got to redo some
Floor
videos.
is empty.
Not excited about that
Ground
part.
loot is a hot topic discussion right now, and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember like as far back as like
Surface level though, the changes look really good. Surface level.
The idea of where some of these things trace back to, and for me it was actually like Legion, like farming low tier maps where you're getting that flat additive loot in the
All right, so I
map,
think
and
this is the
sort
new
of suddenly
Eater
not
Exarch
caring so much
altars.
about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 Glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like a
T17
tricky
removed.
topic to
Yeah,
break
but
down
we don't.
because a lot of people
They
have
didn't talk
various
about
different
nightmare maps,
issues.
did
Some
they?
people
They
like
replaced with
blaming
nightmare
loot tiles,
maps,
other people
but
like
we don't know what
myself,
that
for
is.
example, think loot tiles are
I don't think they
great.
talked
They're just
about
kind
it.
of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but
Round
it's
loot.
generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent.
Ooh, I
And
had to sneeze.
I don't necessarily I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can.
100% more
They don't
maps
have as much
found.
of that element of surprise.
In the Mirage area?
And I think
How does the
trying to,
Mirage
really
area
figure out
work?
where a lot of this comes down to, like, what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek
Is
through
that just in the
curtains a bit?
circle, like the AoE?
I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like you've either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles, which have that kind of like preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content.
Well, that's the thing. Alpin Goes
So I'm
is
just
kind of not very
curious
good right
kind
now
of like how you
because
guys
ground
are
loot's so
feeling
bad,
about
right?
Tracking with that, just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's a couple. Obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated, and it's easy to
All
get
right, Mark,
lost
y'all
in the
been doing
weeds
this
and
for
all
like
that,
10
but
years, bro.
Honestly,
15
I'll
years.
just let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And now, obviously, these things can take time, but
Delete King's
we'll
March.
immediately just to
Delete
get
it.
right in there because I know what people actually want to know is what are you doing about it. So let's get to that straight
What are you
away,
doing
which
about
is
Okay.
at
I
least
like where
for
this is
now.
going.
Given that we have a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? And that's never a problem.
That's never a problem.
It's taking away this problem. But yeah, look, as I said, if you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough.
Yeah, Mark isn't
That's
bad.
how it is. That's just the nature. If the players,
But
and I mean the,
he's just like
the
pretending
audience
like
at
they don't
home is
know, like they don't know how to
"It
handle
sucks," then it sucks, right?
the
So
behind the
we'll
scenes
make it
loot
better.
stuff.
So to
They know how
start
this shit
with,
works.
what we're going to be doing instead of there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
and this is
That's
from
number
like,
one.
stuff that's dropping outside
From
of-
core drops, as we
core
call
drops,
it. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Not Windows, not tile loot,
Loot tile,
whatever
yeah,
all the
loot tile.
terminology is.
Is that going to be live this week?
Obviously, that will then, by consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes,
Good.
That is intentional.
just economically speaking, you mean like
Yes,
by
correct.
comparison.
As in just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionately.
Yeah,
in their
just 'cause of,
Yeah,
like
the-
inflation and whatnot.
What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on like memory strands was an attempt to try and get equipment as the currency.
thank goodness.
The
Those were
equipment-
terrible.
Memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. When you identify it, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as
Yeah.
good as we wanted.
Dude,
so
this-
we're just reassessing
this new
that since
belt
we're
is
also making
insane.
changes to the in-game around originator maps and all that.
This isn't like
Look, they're going to be
twice
better.
as
There'll be
good as
more,
Abyss
generally
Jewels
more strands.
from
They'll have
Stygian?
higher impact. So identified items
Unless
via
you have,
that
like, a
means
GG
will
one, I
just
guess.
be better. We're also trying. We're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh, yeah, that's already been done.
There you go.
Anonymous
Sweet.
user gifted a
Well,
tier
we did a
1
lot of this
sub to
yesterday.
So
SNL.
base type biasing.
It
is
has
that
a
like-
yes, so it still can technically.
Thank you for the gifted
if you,
sub,
get rid of unlucky,
Anonymous.
pick a lower tier
Appreciate
base type,
that.
but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, oh, some people might want like a Grove bow or something instead.
I mean,
a golden
Sure.
volatile.
I think at this point,
What the hell is that?
Whatever.
yeah, whatever.
Deal with
Oasis
it, I guess.
brand?
Greater good is often the
Yeah,
way
I
to look at
think
that. And then look, we're doing some other things. we're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, you know, which should help a little bit for that more kind of
Wait, is Harbinger gone?
currency.
Yeah, those are the. Ooh, yeah.
We're doing anything else? So we're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. Like, okay, when I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
Okay.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not like, you know,
Skill
just going
balance?
to get twice as
Nah,
many
not
of the
yet.
trash.
I don't think we're reading until patch
You know,
notes.
obviously, by endgame, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So, yeah, look, that's the immediate step that we're taking.
This thing is terrible.
It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this.
Terrible damage
always,
range.
right?
Like, what is
There
this?
will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just
This is
how
like
it works.
1/3 of a GG rare or
you
something.
might even find 6 months from now or something where people
And no
are
attack
like,
speed.
bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something. You know, these
Terrible
are just how
weapon.
these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant.
I guess it's good for clear, maybe,
and,
because of 3 poisons.
You know,
maybe.
the important thing is it's just like there's a problem, fix the problem. You know, don't freaking.
Octavian
and
shirt.
the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do
It's
find
time
and you
to,
find it
it's time to
internally,
look some accident.
you
You
get
need to
lost
hit
in
the
these
gym a
just
little bit.
crazy philosophical
Maybe
conversations
you,
for like hours
Octavian,
and
you got
hours and
this, dude.
hours and hours of
Time to
talking about
mog.
why and what did we do in the past
Give
that
me
did
one
X,
mog.
Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those. But sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully or have all the
Stores
content to
an
be
off-road
ultimately,
guide into its
you know,
past Miracast form.
less appreciated because of the fact that, you know, ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. So yeah, we're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later.
Billy King's March.
If that's what's needed. So yeah, just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean?
Yep, Billy King's March.
But for now, we're going to doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this
Oh,
week.
the
And
pages
if
up?
we do anything
Nice.
else, we'll let you know.
Thanks, Souls.
And then yeah, we'll just keep going. And I mean, we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to. I mean, the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in Windows. You know, and so yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were
let's
mentioning
see
to
what
me
wiggle.
this idea that like, oh, you know, there's like a lot of white trash items that are dropping.
Yeah, they definitely made
and something about,
some
like,
good
that
changes
kind
this
of
league to King's
effectively
March.
becoming currency
It'll help
was
a
kind of
bit.
the idea there.
But we're still ultimately going to be
Sort of in a
in
way.
this gold treadmill
so, like,
thing.
When Mark says doubling the currency that drops,
Not ideal.
we're not like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like,
That
you know,
is
normal basic
irrelevant.
equipment that every
Correct,
single
correct,
person is hiding on their loot filter. That weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards
Huh?
currency items that aren't like transmutes.
There's technically not more items on the floor. It's just more of the garbage has turned into ideally now mid and higher tier currency.
That is what we want.
So, like, once upon a time, we had this like
I'd love to
massive
hear it.
historic quantity rarity buff removal thing that occurred, and some of the numbers on that were like crazy. It was like, oh, this has 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, "I'm doubling your pay this week." Double nothing's nothing. Do you think like doubling
Ziggy knows,
currency
dude.
is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map to map basis? When like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments and a scarab.
I mean, double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal, you know.
There's
like
a difference between, like, economic changes and
definitely
personal things that you
I
feel,
agree.
though,
It's
yeah.
definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty
0.1
notable
cleave
difference.
radius.
But that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like I appreciate that a
Cache
lot
of
of people are
stacked
like,
decks.
you know, there's that juice up here, and there's that like here's just your base map.
Surely
And there's a
these
bit
can
of
be
an
control
expectation
clicked.
that,
I'm
you
sure
know,
they
you should be
can.
able to just go in, clear the map, and come out with more. And I generally agree with that. I would say that, you know, the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that. And so, but
Yep.
again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly because we understand the ramifications
new
of them way more.
essences?
Then there's still
Oh.
all these other conversations we need to
When you
have
use the
about
thing
more like that and how we can
near
achieve
a
that.
league mechanic?
You know, there's things about how can we we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes.
What is the radius of nearby, man?
Right now, focus on
Stop
what we're
doing
doing,
this.
but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga-juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is...
ramping, dude, ramping.
You know, often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player, doing your average regular map, and then that... once multiplied by every single
I just
thing
noticed
ends
this
up being just more and more for the top
What
end,
is
and
this
then it's a bit of a
6-7
rich
shit?
get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even
Oh, it's a
benefiting that
different one.
person. You in fact
Wait,
made
what?
them now feel worse from an economic standpoint. So like, yeah, you have that thing where you need to give something there but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you
Brilliant.
might, you know, overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook on either, you know. It's scary for sure. So yeah, I mean, even yesterday, I mean, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. And I was like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, 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 calm down. And I was like, all right, fair enough, I'm calm. We'll do the safe stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now more than anything. And then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like that's a...
Percent of
last
armor
resort.
applies to LE damage taken from
So
hits
yeah, if all of a
if you
sudden it's like
blocked
buff and
recently.
nerf, and if we
That's
can be 100% certain it hasn't
seems
like,
really good.
screwed over a bunch of people's
4
current
points,
economic
4%.
wealth, that's good. But look, if
So you
it
have
isn't solved, then
40K
329 will
armor.
have more. So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like that's the important thing. Like
1600
often what
armor?
happens
Well,
is
actually,
like a
that fucking
topic
sucks.
can be can come up and then be lost.
Unless you're like an armor
Other
stacker or
stuff moves
something.
on or whatever. Like it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because
we can check in each Q&A on this one. For sure.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
It's like a good ongoing
Sure.
one to
For sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get like, you know, for the Ark and Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content of a map, the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with like, it might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like, oh, well, through all these scarabs and Atlas stuff, I've juiced these monsters up 1800%.
Wizards of the
but
Coast.
they
Yeah, I've never
ultimately
been
still
into
aren't
Magic,
doing
but
anything at that
yeah, I
point.
hear some sus
So
stuff
how do
about
you-
them
how do
these
you get-
days.
How do you make it able to scale?
A
It
little
feels
bit
like
sussy.
actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging and rewarding? Because like Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be in the game somewhere. And maybe
Shockwave has
it will.
plus one on
you see a
one
lot of this thing
cooldown
with
use.
the difficulty scaling, where you
don't
get
know
that
anything about
exact
this trend.
argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Gotta have a bit of both, I guess.
Wait,
You
it
do
just
need a bit of both.
goes from 0
It's never going to be perfect.
from 1 to 2.
You're always
Oh,
in
it
a
goes
kind of
4.
grey area.
Oh, that
and
sucks.
that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as possible. And or there are many options for these things, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like
we do.
you know, make
Yeah,
those
100%.
base monsters just punch a bit harder. Some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
The hardest, like, you know, Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. You know, like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where like we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it
this is
in the next
obviously
week.
like this is like another league situation here, but I wonder if there's like this needs to be keywordfied, like some sort of like
What
native
is this
monsters
amulet?
keyword
What
to,
we
like,
do-
something.
natural inhabitants is
Natural
what we currently
inhabitants,
call
there you
them.
go,
Yes.
We do have that as a concept, yeah. It's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in
Yeah,
there.
that's
But then
something to play
you
with,
also then don't want it to be that
Oh,
then
it
there is
seems
a league
really
and the league
bad.
just feels like absolute trash.
Maybe this is
you know, so
usable,
again,
maybe?
a little bit of a fine balance, and because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden It's like, no, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
So, I mean, some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like the Mirage, just as an example, for example.
100%, yes.
If that was in now, Mirage would work really well. They'd be duplicating all those scaled-up, like naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well, like non-like loot-tiled, but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see, though, also we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems. Like we're not afraid of. I mean, items a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up, But we're not. And Octavian's not too afraid. It seems to be able to suggest the crazy things that we.
Bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for change. That's good.
Sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as.
Do we know when we get the patch notes? What time?
Doing all these crazy things and just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, and so we'll just keep doing it. But
you guys
it's exciting.
You're in charge of the game now.
Now is the time. I really love these conversations at this point because now is the time when we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners, what are our minor headliners, and
wait, so it's a random level 1 support, eh? How many levels?
What's the next league?
Or how many supports are there?
Yeah, and so right now is the thing where we're putting effectively our list. What are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems? What are the things we want to achieve? Not, and so
the hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. I have to, come on.
Let me count.
But now you have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. But my questions are ready for that topic. But wait a while on that one, though. Something that, on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tiled mechanic in the sense that it's like making a specific drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So
52 reds, 55 greens.
What I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever
is probably
they
like
drop,
70.
they change it into something else, and that is like fun and weird and surprising and weird and like surprising.
There's so many
spike moments.
Yeah, those are the things you remember. Like, I remember the first time I saw like they all got changed into currency, or they all got changed into maps, or some weird other thing happened.
That was another big topic yesterday.
2 p.m. PST. Oh shit, that's in almost 2 hours. You're probably right though. We got 2 hours of this.
Spike moments. We're like, oh, this is crazy, and that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least we obviously nerfed those. It was a bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. So that's what I mean. Too many games for 328. We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied. At least they'll be more spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control. That being said, it's important that there are those crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, like that might not be enough, then we have to we'll add more.
So it's important that there's a variety of them too. Like that's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to care about the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set. And like that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play. And I mean, like one small thing, like Mark
why do they showcase this? Like we have no idea what the hell this does.
The ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global
trigger level 20 suspended time on casting spell. What
that might occur in the form of the fracture orb.
But we want more giga tanks.
Yes, that is certainly not the extent of it. It's
you want the thing where there's like 50 tanks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with this.
Just like, the unexpected and the weird, that's the thing that I want to really drive home. Is I want you guys to come up with like 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again, makes them interesting again. Like I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before, and that's
one of my favorite. Like
after 10,000 hours or whatever.
If we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player. Chasing those weird niches to try and find some strange corner.
There's a transfigured holy hammers. Probably not.
I want to add more of that.
Right, yeah.
We will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So
What if they don't
potentially
nerf
some
slams?
Yeah, but
Can you imagine?
and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
Map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird drops like
in
that.
theory, you do it on both.
Yeah.
Could be distinct
Oh, yeah.
pools on
Do
each. Who knows?
you.
But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is only so rewarding that you just run, kill the map boss, and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows?
Just making everything good.
That's the goal.
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, like for sure. So
you touched on King's March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping of the same issue there, where it's like the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense that like I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that, but I think over time it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is
It's
that it'd be, like,
literally
daily quests,
a mobile game.
chores, exactly.
Sure.
Yeah, busy work. Sort
Yeah,
of stuff.
exactly.
For
Delete
loot that
King's
you're not
March.
really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the
like
crop
Castle,
or change. It was
fucking
like, it's a
Castle
pretty
Clash or
subtle thing,
whatever.
but actually seems like that might be kind of impacted. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
Fucking Cookie
mean,
Clicker 2.0.
does make a big difference, yes, because
Yeah.
you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well, so, with all the
I think
different
this is
leagues.
the hit
But
that a lot of people are willing to take. It's
yeah.
like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something that it's like, technically it's optional. You don't have to do it, but like everyone is.
yeah, it's not
So
really,
obviously
it's not really though, is it?
optional, right?
No.
The swap is sort of meant to help address.
Yeah.
Because, when you could just grow crops with nothing but money, then it doesn't really feel
not
optional, right?
optional.
Because
Yeah,
you're making
exactly.
gold whatever you're
So-
doing. So you have gold to give to King's March, and they can just turn that into money for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a quote
This
that
is-
I picked up from somewhere that I
think this is gonna hit twice, probably.
Someone's like, oh, my King's
Not
March
even.
mappers are getting better currency per map than I do, so I give them all my maps and I
Oh, it
farm
has some
gold for
minions
them.
too, right?
I'm like, oh, that's
what's the
just,
minion
that's just
thing?
tragic, isn't it? It's not really where you want to be.
So now what you need to figure out is, does the doubling of currency double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
Dude,
it doesn't.
delete mappers, bro. Fucking
Well,
delete
there
it
you go.
all.
That's probably part of their solution there, just kind of accidentally.
But yeah, King's March has a pretty extreme love-hate relationship going on with everyone. Like this,
Yeah, like
it's
I
very-
like it. Honestly, I enjoy logging in and getting my shipments, but it is.
Bad
I do
take.
see the dark patterns there.
for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
The issue there.
Hopefully these changes help. There's obviously more we can do in due time, but you also don't want to take away the thing that a lot of people do like.
Oh, First Hammer does
And that's where
100%
maybe
more
making
damage.
it
Oh, I
more
didn't
of
see
an
that.
optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about
Oh
not
man,
having
this
it.
doesn't seem very
that's probably
good.
the direction to really go ultimately.
Number-wise.
How that will present itself, TBD, but
You have to use
we'll
a
just have
mace
to see
too.
how the ore and crop change is actually quite a
Just
big
fine.
deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
yeah,
so.
it's like it seems like it'll have a surprisingly big impact for just a pretty simple.
You're
thing.
only gonna
It's
get like
oh,
one hit out of this,
it's not this
maybe
first
two if you're
person. It's
lucky.
like-
Yeah, yeah.
It's funny. It was just a bit backwards, I suppose. And I
And it consumes
interested to see how
power
much
charges.
change the port stuff you've done is because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific because it was pretty autopilot before. Like I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there. But now it seems like you're actually gonna maybe be a little bit of strategy there about where you're sending what.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the, what is it called? The quota? Like, the port wants a certain
favorite
resource.
I think that was
resources.
shiny,
Yeah,
You can re-roll them,
that
right?
has much more of an impact than it once did
Yeah.
on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also re-roll that.
Yeah. It's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing. So hopefully it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you
Yeah.
send to.
Yeah. So hopefully that
So like
is the
even
case
even
now.
if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have a non-random meta generally, right?
Yeah.
There'll be a certain port that gives you what you want.
This is literally
You know,
like
and there's
Earth
choice
Shatter,
within that, and that's great. But yeah,
if
you need
everything
to kind of
aligns
random,
up,
and that's what that system was trying to do. It just
everything
wasn't
has to
doing it
line
very
up.
well. So
You have to spend a power charge,
make it more impactful and keep doing so if we
and
need
you have to
to.
get an
Vaguely
overlap.
similar to this idea of like getting
This looks terrible.
the best loot from non-gameplay was the major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys.
Holy Hammers looks
from the
awful,
actual
unless they
boss, and
nerfed
those
it.
dropping globally as well.
Other
Is that
slams in the
something
patch
you're
notes.
Thinking about it all? I feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents like
you have to build
the
crit
weight of
too.
the boss, and
Disgusting.
It
devalues
does.
that a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of.
you had
But
Not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So
Agreed.
it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on PoE1. So yeah, it's. I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
yeah. So, is there a reason why like the boss doesn't just drop the keys that give those things or something? Like, I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of Shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
Didn't we do that at some point? I
I
swear.
feel like it.
I thought we had.
Don't we have the
ringing bells or something?
bosses
like,
drop
maybe
their
it was
own keys
discussed
for
at
their
one
own
point?
uniques? Wasn't that the point of that?
Just I guess it didn't.
Am I?
happen, or-
I could just be tripping.
Well, Valdo maps do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like I thought we had solved this in the past, but like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
Too
like
many
unsure,
changes.
but
I'm
then it
like,
was like,
didn't we solve this like 3 years ago? I'm just like, I swear.
yeah, that question, I was surprised when that question was sent to me because like I thought you guys
The
had
perils
that,
of
but no.
continual development.
I'm gonna go look at that after this because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys and those gave the boss uniques and the base one doesn't because we didn't want them to give the boss uniques and thus I don't know.
That question was sent to me by a juicer, so I was like, oh, I take their word from that one. And so
I don't know. Maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there. I'm gonna go have a look at it after this. Again, whatever. The deja vu is real right now.
It
but
will be good to reassess the state of
I
it.
don't trust my short-term memory anymore. So, that might be long-term memory at this point. But all good.
the final ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they aren't. They're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, can never compete with like influence modifiers or other random where you can jam things together, create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like, how do we make rares matter? I'm curious first, why isn't the tier system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is.
The memory.
Memory strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
So this is like almost 800
look,
flats.
we've considered this. We've discussed this
Is
for sure.
damage
And
from
this
this?
is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just it
Or
comes with
fizz.
these so many different consequences that we have
Or
to
an
then
armor shield, rather?
work our way through. And the memory strands was our
dude.
kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure. And so we're now trying to make it better. But and I understand that that's like they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either. That it's like at the end of the end game is when this stuff starts happening. But yeah, I mean, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another. And you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just flooding the ground with rare items. And it's just like, oh my God, there's just too much stuff everywhere. And I don't know,
I was having a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game mode is called Ruthless.
Well, maybe.
Whoa, man. Whoa, it's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's technically right, but we can solve that, but the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that, because like quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because like, I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped, and then kind of stop. There's something kind of a bit
like
weird and complicated about it that I don't quite know how to achieve.
Tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible, like just for rares to kind of be like, I guess, rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of it being like an item scarcity situation, but just that like, well, man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then if those were rolled into 5 rares and they were 50 times better.
One of the things
Aren't they showcasing Holy Sweep here?
Again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate.
You
for
can't.
329.
Can you intimidate and cry this? I
Extension
don't
of the
remember.
memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just
Sweep?
you know how the drop conversion stuff that you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items, and they'll drop a few
subsequent
of them. And
attacks.
like that sort of thing it is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
to make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm.
Dude, Sweep sounds kind of fun.
There's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just, again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and everything is, and messing up the economy in any drastic way, be it stuff that we do on accident. Sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make like, if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like the first tier 1 map they run, you're like the entire like get itemization of the in-game systems just down the drain. So like if we, that's an extreme. That would assume we mess up bad. Yeah. But that's what knee-jerk reactions result in, right?
I believe in you. You guys have some experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into tiering up an item, like making it better. It's like, as the rare kind of feeds into it. And that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time with juicing.
I 100% want to do that.
Tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from, your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something. Those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
you get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, and rares drop better gear, and it's not always better, but like the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
okay, that's good to hear.
We'll just keep trying to get there.
So on the issue of like normal rares not really even being able to compete with like crafted, influence, recombinated stuff, like part of the Exile 1 is it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove that. So the question is then like, how do you make rares compete with that stuff? Obviously, like just having really well rolled stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously we're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualityed items for that point as well. Is this something you're thinking along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeding the idea if nothing else.
There is probably stuff. It's kind of hard to think of exact things
Oh, nightmare maps are
on the spot.
not area level 84.
Kind of goes back to your previous comment about
It's gonna make bases way
trying
harder
to
to
make
get.
more
Yeah.
like more meaningful tinks, I guess.
Yeah.
Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is like one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
You want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy. Which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and know what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but you know, then there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So
Yeah, the dream is 0.5 changes PvT's Atlas entirely. That is the
recognizable
dream.
and something not overly complicated, and then
Endless Atlas,
you know,
ain't it?
or the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, the what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So
It's going to be endless,
it's that
though.
real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky, for sure. And, you know...
It's probably why we're here in the first place talking about ground loop, because like that is the more subtle, the trickier thing to get right, whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics has been, that's what you can let loose, so those have become better and better over time. It's interesting. Yeah. Well, I'm starting to see now, why aren't we talking about the new stuff? Like, perfect.
Yeah, PV2 should give us a toggle to a 2D map, so we can just like zoom out and see the whole thing. That might be kind of cool.
You always
But the
start with
3D
I hit the line that I was pushing for. Excellent.
You always start with the...
You want to start with the thing that people are
Of course,
feeling
100%.
like, oh,
yeah.
I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the new league that has been showcased and announced here, is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different...
We don't really know that much about the league mechanic
It seems
itself,
like
do we?
The execution here is
I don't really know what it does
about,
besides
a
doubles
greater than I think we've ever
content.
seen, maybe level of integration with existing content, like synergies
Is that
between
it?
content to the
And then you
point
get to
where
choose
like
1 of 3
you're
options
actually
sometimes.
making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
That's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
cool.
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like say a
Fracture?
shield or a block cluster jewel. You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it. And then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both in the same size cluster jewel.
Wild.
And then you can roll a brand notable along with your block notable or whatever.
Wow.
Did I
the
miss
hell?
where you said, like, can you do this just once, or is it
You can keep reusing the
so
currency.
you like add a modifier and then change it to
That's
a new one,
nuts.
add a modifier? I want to modify from these 2 types and then to end with this type.
If you're the luckiest man on earth, yeah.
Crazy.
But how cool is that?
That is
I
wild.
love that. I'm excited about
That's
that.
like some
like,
super
it's
endgame
Cool
stuff.
ideas lately.
It's basically like, you know, me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of, you know, ooh, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, it's not. No, that's underselling it. But I don't know. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah, that's wicked. So, like, was this the initial goal on the outside, or is just something happened kind of on accident? This idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing content in the game.
The very, very initial goal was I like how some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that, even Sentinel to a degree, where it's like it augments content. And I was like, well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area? and not the league, you know, not like just the monsters.
And then out of that grew is like
Yeah, and then later we, you know, because that is a good base, but you need a good league mechanic needs a bunch of extra, like, you know, bells and whistles, I suppose.
yeah, it's always just been kind of like, oh, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason. So that is that's a whole new level there. It was
Oh, dude,
interesting,
I
so
didn't even
played
catch
through, like,
this.
the campaign with this league.
Whenever you
and
complete a map within
it
a
almost
shape
felt like
region,
some
every
sort
other
of, like,
map in the
Best of
shape
Path of Exile
region
league.
gains an additional
It's got
modifier.
this like legacy league kind of feel
Yeah.
where you're like, there's just
Dude, that's
strong
fucked.
boxes and
This is gonna be
shrines
so
and
rippy.
legions and stuff everywhere. It's like I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
The epic thing of
before.
it was a thing where like this is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold almost, where it's like the impact this league has on the, like, normally you'd think, okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated area. It's like, well, I don't really care about that. But then you're like, yeah, but what if when the Mirage is spawned, we also then ensure there's other bonus content that's currently in-game only generally, or like Mayhem League, you know, kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that anymore.
Ruckus
Yeah.
League.
And then all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on. And I actually think it's, I mean, I understand. Like, if you want to just get to endgame, go to endgame. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign, it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that,
I wonder if they changed. Wow, I can't hear him at all. I wonder if they changed any of the incarnation
because
fights.
they're not really powerful enough to be competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll, you know, give you a binding orb or two on completing, like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you, you know, a unique weapon or
Stuff you need.
something like that. You know, things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5 link. And then those will
Hopefully
fall
they
away as you
list
get
all
to
of
the
the
end game. So
new exceptional
where
sports
they're not nearly as relevant.
in the patch notes.
it's,
I doubt they will though.
Normally, I like always interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled.
It's gonna be hard to make a build when you don't know all the exceptional
it's
sports.
just to the
though.
point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice: do the really cool looking mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. You know, just like you'll be able to take it or leave it here, even if you're a player who normally does them all or
Check
you
the
know, normally
mechanics,
skips them.
check
Just
the
kinda-
wish, do it or move on.
Yeah,
Also-
like, the wishes sometimes are unique, and
A
Dropping
detail
from
that I wanted
specific Atlas
to make
bosses.
sure
We have to
was
figure
known
out where
is,
they drop to.
So the Mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Okay.
But the Mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you've recreated, does have a lot of extra, you know, monsters from the Alpha Root, as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely additive, so they don't displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a Mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like,
yeah,
there's
a
just
lot of
extra monsters.
there.
Probably how you were so over leveled.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think of it was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently since like Act 1. It's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones, and then I'm like, oh, well, Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's there's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of you know, the way the Mirage's area is generated. Like
this
when you have a circle, you got a circle.
has a
right?
reduced mana
And
or
so in
reservation multiplier
claustrophobic
too.
Maps, a lot of that circle's an unwalkable space.
Yeah, we've had
The
Wait.
way
that
that
issue
the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills
This is-
walkable space until it occupies an amount of space.
Clever.
Which means on a map by map
This is
basis,
a
it's relatively
enhanced-
consistent.
I noticed
Power.
that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done
And
it.
Enlightenment one.
Our programmers put a lot of work
Fuck?
into
Yeah,
this.
that's nuts.
So they did a good job.
But even then, you've got now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on. If I'm in like say toxic sewer and it flood
Damn.
fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Well, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
Yes.
it.
You guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit, and I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, you know, not as crazy, you know. By doing it in every
not
patch
modify
and
the
holding us
skills and
accountable,
minions,
ourselves
of course.
accountable to doing it,
Yep.
we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next league
I
for
think
the
you've,
new
like,
content? And
You've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel like
100%.
I've noticed that at least that mandate to like do 10 quality of life fixes. I think.
Wow.
Another really
You're
minor
looking for them now.
Another really minor thing is the mini map in a Mirage area is always fully
Valor.
revealed, so you know where you need to
Yeah.
go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome.
Yep.
It's just like little things like that.
It is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So you know, you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But you know,
I mean, in my memory, maybe.
bit of well, sure, it's true. We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore nowadays?
It's a
25.
funly weird,
Dude,
funly
95 hour.
weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
I mean, it just
which
works. And
made
it's like,
me
It's
feel
like
really,
2.5K.
really suspicious.
So
like
weird.
Dollar DPS?
surely there's
It's
some
not
bug
that good,
we're
eh?
overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested at this
I
point.
have
It just
been-
kind of works.
I've
we'll see.
been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Piety in here and get the thing?
I mean,
It's like,
it has had some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like you know if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, and
no.
that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing out pretty well. Higher level of polish a week out than usually on this visit.
That's
so
good.
I've noticed. So you guys, the team division maybe is working well there.
Yeah, because by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on PoE1 entirely for that whole span, you know, and we were obviously all discussed. I loved our generally our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they just run until we, you know, really look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
The sun is rising.
yeah, we got they're just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get go, like
Awesome.
you know, and as opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like that's how it should be. But you know, you got the two games, especially it like, can be a bit hard. Like where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So you know, as much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way. You know, it isn't as simple as it often sounds when you, especially with passion projects, because. You always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, you know, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on, and when I see the live stream for the other game, I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
That's one of the benefits of it. I get to go into PoE2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. What, you know, I get to be in the player base getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. So, but yeah, real cool. But yeah, I know. But getting off Mirage. But I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool Endgame thing with you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which
Ross?
endgame thing with the boss?
The whole map is a Mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like.
Dude, what is with the audio?
It can augment a map boss,
God.
and it will cause it to have some. You know how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on. You know, like maybe there's fireballs flying out, so it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing. So you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
The reveals keep coming. I don't know about that. That's
There you
pretty
go.
wild. I was going to ask, like, because you've got this whole, like, oh, it's juicing the other mechanics and it's doubling the other mechanics and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you, like, make sure that the actual league mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like, you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh yes.
Okay, which I almost forgot about.
The Jin coins.
Just kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to make of that one yet.
It's
Pretty wild.
at odds with corruption. Just to
Yes,
explain how some of this works. So it
that's
corrupts
true.
the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, you know, as gems do. Because, you know, adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. You know, and so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. You know, if you could do
it
both,
gets
it's a
bit against
bit
the cost on
excessive.
power a little bit. Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It takes into account the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those,
That's,
and also can
good.
only roll in the color of the coin. So if
Okay.
you're using a red coin,
you
you
get
get a
some-
red support that works for that skill.
You have
Yes,
some
you're
influence over it.
you're not going to get like faster casting on a double strike or something.
You know, brutality is a valid support for wild strike, so you could get that, which isn't particularly
don't
good.
use the red one on there, probably.
Well, you know,
terrible.
damage of the tax is also red and can go on wild strike. So, or sorry, is LA damage of the tax the modern name of?
Ed West, yeah.
Yes.
I think it's-
But regardless, like there are, you know, undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
okay, all right. And then there's these uniques that you can like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels, like I found this sword and it's like just a big pile of rust. Let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the gin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Yeah, excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like, is this just the campaign or is it endgame as well? There's like a lot. There's these like silver gin caches and gold gin caches and.
That's all points.
Okay,
so
cool.
when you're in a mirage, there's like there's packs of enemies that are specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the mirage, when the mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, you know, pretty good loot generally. You know, like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, putting some. There's so much. I love the amount of like level of detail gone in, and as you were mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues, you know, and obviously it has its own thing, and even kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, you know, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well, but it's got the thing where, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
Oh man.
How cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
Just turn my spine into a star.
I don't need this.
I'm gonna.
Who came up
It's a
with
tiny.
that
I don't want to spoil much of the fight, but a tiny minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it. And he gives like lore.
Obviously.
Obviously, yeah, it goes without saying.
But yeah, even then, it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. You know, it could just multiply quant or rarity. I get it, but it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify. That really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's that's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did it. Like, yeah.
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors, just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. I think it was like was this the one that it's coming sometime? We're trying to.
Oh, look, it's still on the list.
Yeah.
It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation. Trial of the Ancestors.
Kind of is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these, I feel like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when. It requires more work to re-add than you might think, and it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And yeah, I get it. It's just at the end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
Oh, Toda.
It's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something?
Toda.
I kind of
we will do that. We will do that again. I always hate
Why do
saying we're
people
going
like
to do
Toda?
stuff because that's
you know,
people want a
do that.
time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not.
Dude,
we
Sweep
still
looks
wanna
kind
do
of
it.
cool, man.
For a rainy day.
It's we'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So, but just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the
Ballista
different
Toda is
projects and
cheating,
stuff.
dude.
We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we're, you know, like we'll get there. You know, if Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for Peewee 1. We'll hire more. We'll give them the resources they need. You know, like whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we'll just keep going
Yeah,
forward.
give them money.
So,
Yeah,
it's,
give them
it's,
infinite
it's
money.
all looking up. It's all great days. So.
All right, I just want to say though, like I feel like
Looking
maybe you
up.
could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the Reliquarian. Okay, like and commit to changing its passives every single league.
Okay,
and-
yes, that
talking
committing to that is extra work. But you know, Reliquarian is really efficient because she uses stats that already exist, right?
Yeah,
like
but
we have
I
all of
was
these
talking-
uniques.
I was talking to Andrew about this though because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double it up with against like all of the other ones in there. It's like yeah, you can make an acceptable list procedurally generated each league or whatever to like cut down on work, but you're still gonna have to like actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
A little crazy.
I wonder if this is gonna be good.
I love having an ascendancy.
Holy
I love having
minion
an
shit.
ascendancy that we've pre-committed to like this is gonna change every time because it means
Oh, he
we
is
can,
smiting,
you know,
bro.
do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the
Man,
next
I might
patch,
have to
you know?
load up this maybe.
It's so just to clarify for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant. This is
No, this is addition.
Scion has a second Ascendancy now.
How
Yes.
long, when did the Scion come
I love
out?
Smite.
God, like
Before
18
I was
years
here.
ago,
Yeah,
or
so
20 years ago.
13 years or something, probably. Yeah. So 13 years to get its second ascendancy. So 13 years from now,
Get a
we'll
third
get the
Ascendant.
third
It'll be
class.
right on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because I really like the
Flame.
idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league, and then people are like, no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like,
committed.
ruined.
Yeah.
It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning
Yes.
for that. I think it's probably the way
And
to go
you
about
you just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser
know?
material.
Wait, this,
yeah, true.
this is not even
And
minion
That's what he
related
does,
here.
though.
but also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, you know, the
Oh,
next
well,
league
next
gets
league.
saved, you know. So, like, so but
Oh, this is
I like-
percent of
you can see
physical is
things where
extra?
Maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes. You know, might be better for
Yeah,
casters here, or attackers here, or summoners here. Who,
Oh, this seems
Or a
trash.
For the
Dude,
Theorycrafters,
what?
it's going to be like a new little puzzle to unpack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with
At least for like a minion thing. This is like
yeah,
some slam
we
shit or
often do these
something.
things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check. We're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, yeah, it's like, yep, it's cool
I'll
enough. We're
benefit the
doing
one
it.
who
It's all
inflicted
good.
it.
All right. So the other thing on the skills and
This is
classes
weird.
sort of side of things, this time you went for a pretty comprehensive set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set
Wait,
of changes.
you could
is that,
static strike
some
this
people ultimately won't
to
be
apply
interested
this.
in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off for the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like I'm not just like, oh yeah, one skill saw a little bit of a buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot more. The upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a broader
Yeah.
view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding this new skill that happens to fit this archetype. We're adding a handful of new skills, a handful of supports. There's a couple uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style.
Wait, are they talking about right now?
And
Halloween
that
Flame?
just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested but also wants to play a powerful build and want a well-supported build to commit to playing the new thing on league start, as opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like it's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim.
Yeah, that's it. That's not a lot of things contributing there. Is there something you'd like to kind of keep doing? Do you think then that kind of like a couple times in the past, but it's not ever been a super consistent trend doing this like archetype flavor?
It's certainly
For skills
easier
and
and has its merits, but I'd say we're probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
Probably.
You'll be
I-
consistent with
real.
nothing else but being
Well, it's
inconsistent.
just, like for 329, and a thing that's come up, and probably what we'll be doing is instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like, let's go back and look at existing skills and how we can, instead of just numerically necessarily change them, actually rework them. Especially things like, early game as well. At some point, rolling magma becomes a little bit boring, or has its woes. We know the deal. So being able to go back and look at, there's actually been quite a high demand for people going like, can you just change up the early game, like what we're playing with? Please,
Orb of Storm sounds really cool. This one, I like this.
And I'm sure there's some people that love it, and I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it. Ideally, for the next one, we'd focus less on the whole new archetype and maybe more on reworking some of the other skills,
Sure.
But that was something on our current, list of things. So we'll see how that goes. But reworking a skill can often effectively mean it's a new.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. So there will definitely be more and more attention to that. Even if it's just from me wanting to do it, in an extra few hours after my normal workday or whatever. I also have like a personal goal that every, reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully 2. That's the new transfigured this league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before.
This is a buff.
There's like one
so
that is on a skill that already had one.
Pyro.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Like, do you feel like transfigures
both of these
like
benefits.
hitting the mark, like a thing that's worth kind of keeping updated? Yeah, you're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigureds right away, or is that something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of a skill.
Yeah, that was kind of my follow-up.
Like if it's a simple twist that is an interesting one, then sure, because I think we did that with one of the wand skills in the last league that get released with a transfigured variant. But those are still, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill. Like the player might choose as their main skill, so they will eventually need to get one.
Yeah. And, see, like, I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like, this is just one little idea twist on this skill. It can't really be a whole new skill, so it's the perfect place for it, right?
Yeah, it's also just I can't like stop myself from having a cool idea and being like, I want to do, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you do need to stop yourself having a cool idea sometimes, but generally speaking.
All right. On the kind of like balance and skill design, hand casting and channeled skills are kind of just like a rough area I just want to mention or bring up. Is it something that you're like thinking about or still kind of like tracking? I think it's maybe something we talked about a little bit in the past.
Not on the current as a not for 328 really in any obvious sense, but like
I don't know what this is.
Not to say there is something with exceptional supports that might come to, especially stuff we haven't even necessarily thought of. And this obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage. But like, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at. Still on the list again.
One of the dedicated QA QE1 is very much a hand casting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the Transfigured Shock Nova is one of his favorite skills, he said, and he's definitely going to be playing that. So hey, there's something. But yeah, it is on our radar for sure.
This is kind of like a new one that I haven't brought up before that someone asked me about. I was like, you know what? When I think about it, that's a good point. Cold skills, especially spells mainly, seem to be in a weird place where like I try to think of cold spells and I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great. But
bring cold dot back.
I think of like Winter Orb, Ice Hat. I think of like Ice Spear back in the day. I think of cold dot stuff. There's a couple in there that are okay, but it's like on the whole, cold spells are in a bit of a rough place at the moment. Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Sure.
Glacial Cascade.
Not to say there aren't. Certainly in the more traditional case, yes, they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but again, maybe some of this. Well, I was just trying to think of the new like Frost Mage, but technically it's probably going to be based on something that isn't even, cold scale.
It'll be like Archangel all over again.
Yeah, exactly.
Frost Mage. Wait, what is that?
But
skill buff.
I don't disagree with you. Honestly, it'll probably come hand in hand with hand casting. to some degree. Like it's kind of like handcasting
makes
and
sense.
spells kind of come together. So you probably see
Spell-
a bit of that at the same
Self-cast
time.
buffs
I don't
in
need a package deal at some point. You know?
3.48,
Yeah, I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy with the
3.56.
slight-
It's just a weird realization to have. It's
Yeah.
like, oh,
Never
my
happening.
old favorite skills.
And some of them
Yeah,
are so
yeah, yeah.
iconic as well.
Oh, the Frostmage support.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence.
I wonder how you
in
build
some of the
defenses
in
on
the
that
future. If
without
anything
the
like what
Archmage
the
pool.
Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched in the future to replay
Or a
some of that
Mom
stuff
pool.
because
Yeah.
Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike and the new like extra weapons that attack with you stuff. It's
Yeah, true.
awesome.
It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been
Could be good, though.
buffed or
Yeah,
I need to look at it
Static
again.
Strike, Dominating Blow felt awesome.
Yeah, I'm like real excited to see how I can use some of these more party adjacent ones to benefit my friends with some Guardian changes. Unless the Reliquarians are all good at being a support character, I don't know. I have to see
Might be
which
some
one.
potential in there, you'll have to see. And,
have to
you know.
see.
I honestly
And then you'll have to
don't
deal
know.
with that getting changed next league, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, or I can make it not. No. It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've decided.
Can't nerf Mark's build.
I maybe feel a little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian,
But
and
only a little bit.
every
You're not
one of those
anymore,
build
it's
guides
fine.
has an expiration date built in.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to put
Yeah, screw
expiry
that.
date in the comments.
Best before. You might still be able to eat it after, but you know, it's a gamble. I did have
Slam
a
still be
question about
good? Yeah,
this
we gotta see the
later,
patch
but
notes.
it's
We'll know once we see the
reached
patch notes.
chant levels in chat. Harbingers. I was going to ask about some quality of life stuff later, but we'll slip it in here first.
Do you
Just
want the
Harbingers
good
being
news or
mentioned.
the bad news?
Oh, bad news, please. I love bad,
Bad news is, it's gone for now.
Good.
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone for now.
Is?
Excuse me, elaborate.
Yeah, we're just
That may be good news for some.
I understand that's like, you know.
Dude, they
the-
barely
the-
changed
the
this
issue-
thing.
Can't complain about it now.
Band-Aid gone. Look, and I understand that will probably crush a decent amount of people. But there's a little bit of, you know, it's a shadow floating with some blue. And
Yeah, I know you're not a
they're
fan
really
of blue
cool.
aliens, are you?
Well, for sure, but we want to do more. We want to do it better. And there's this unfortunate thing where often, or especially, you know, with a, you know, way we have to kind of develop things now, it's kind of, it has to go so it can come back better, is effectively what we're getting to here. And
Man,
it
all
will
these
get the
nodes I
justice
saw
it
in Reliquarian
deserves.
did not look good.
And I'm not putting it in the in the nebulous trial of the ancestors bin here.
It's in a closer.
Yes, which. And that's what I'm saying, bad news, good news. It's unfortunate, but in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited
And Harbinger
for.
was just
we were going to be way more mysterious with it.
not
and
fun
actually
to
have the patch
do.
notes and well, actually, we are
It's
doing
like
it in Harbinger
time-gated.
text, and people are going to try and derive what does this mean. But
Harbinger didn't really add much.
Effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want.
And it was only
They're
good with,
leaving Raycast for now,
Scarabs.
and they are going to come back.
That's kind of a big problem with it.
You will find out
If you don't
what
have
that
Scarabs,
means,
Harbinger's worthless.
without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned earlier, Ancient and Fracturing Orbs are in the core drop pool. Harbinger
Yes.
Uniques are also in the core drop pool.
I hope Fracture Orbs are
upgraded
pretty
Harbinger
common.
Uniques are in the drop pool.
Oh,
core
cool.
drop pool.
Everything's only good with
Keeping
Scarabs?
as much as we can.
To an extent, but Harbinger,
Yeah,
it was
look,
like
sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
way worse though. Like
It's
it
always-
was,
it's always
you got
sucks 'cause
zero
we just
benefit doing
damn
Harbinger
well.
without
Jason's
Scarabs. You
question
can
that I
actually get
imagine
some
will come
value
up.
from other stuff without
Horizon Orbs,
Scarabs.
with the way the new map items work, are they don't do a
don't
thing,
need
but
them.
they would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such, because Shaper Guardians are still an individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will reroll your Shaper Guardians.
There you go.
So
nice
you still have that
solution.
capability.
Good old Blessed Orbs getting a bit more love.
Yep.
Aw, might be.
So yeah, no, yeah,
Blessed
yeah,
Orbs.
but it's got a sad,
No
but it'll
Guardians?
have an
No, this
overall.
is great news.
I agree.
This is great news. They
That's
were
how-
just weird blue floating guys that drop pocket lint. I don't know why people like
Yeah,
them so
but
much.
the loss-
a lot of the like,
but the loss aversion.
Your like effects don't even work on them sometimes. They're weird little creatures. Like
Well,
some
it is
builds
probably
just don't quite
it's
work
one
on
of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I
Weird little
like it
creatures.
conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is because
Well,
like
and
Where you get a
also
lot of
more
extra mobs in your
grounded
map. Yeah, but they
Gothic.
weren't.
Like, you know, like again,
They're not like
imagine being
default
able to do
monsters
the
in the map,
actual
right, or
art
whatever,
style
so the
justice
loot was-
and to do bosses
didn't
have
scale
bosses that aren't just
necessarily
bigger,
like that,
big
I think.
portal,
Is it more Harbinger?
big portal thing, you know, and
the boss was a portal.
the boss was a portal. Yes, look, good future there. We will do it right. Look, let's be real. It was half baked.
and it needs to be
Yes.
done better. So
It was definitely a little bit filthy.
yeah, I know.
From an earlier
There was always
time.
going to be that bad. I was going to be. The patch note was going to be way more ominous, but
I'm-
nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I'm glad and impressed that you
again, we have to
Just
be
rip the band-aid on that one.
brave enough to do some of these things for sure. It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in PoE1. So.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like, could you make the splinters stack better? It's like, let me just solve that problem for you. Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. You're like, wait, what's gone?
No Disneyland. That's it. We're turning around.
Yeah, it is what look. My classic response is deal with it. I guess. is-
RF
is the
bros.
answer.
It has
But,
been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. On to my next topic, which was breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because like your damage typically is just
This is a
killing
bow
everything,
buff.
So I imagine the walls
Sure.
just get deleted.
Damage deletes walls. That's a bow
but,
buff.
You know, will they sometimes block movement skills or something like that, or is it like what's the idea here? Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls
Simulacrum's gonna be
a thing?
giga farming, I
I'm
think.
sure some people are like,
It's gonna be
"Why
good
don't
money
we
this
just delete
league."
them?"
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve. I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type
looking
of
at here? What
content
is
you
this?
want to do. There are people that like it. There are, right? And that's fine. And you know, there are now many tools
like
if you
dark
don't
patch
want
or
to.
some
You can
shit?
deal with it by either making it easier and
probably
making
say in the
it something you
video,
don't
but I
mind,
wanna listen.
or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there.
Dark pack though.
But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad.
Yeah.
So
Intrusive is the word I would use. Like
Yes.
we want it to feel meaningfully different in terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and unpleasant. So you know, we've like shrunk the encounter.
It's like it's a known quantity. We don't really know how to maximize the Atlas farming yet.
Rather.
At least early
we
on.
were just discussing earlier, like if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, like
Yeah,
making
you
the
were-
radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like
Talking
that.
to you about
And
it
there's- yeah,
earlier,
there's so
you were
much good
pretty
stuff in
clear that,
Sims.
Like, you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way.
And you can get a lot of
so-
stuff
no,
that
it shouldn't be.
and like another
from other
thing
league
I think
mechanics
that
as
you
well.
touched on there was like the idea that like it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes.
And it's like, there's a little bit like, if the walls are our problem, it's not that big. Well, that's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid-league.
Fair.
Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like. Do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now? Like, obviously, you have to work on the new content at a certain point, and that starts almost immediately. But
It,
what do you reckon?
yeah, it kind of depends. Look, our main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, generally then it's like, do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion, and that gets pretty hard to
Yeah, I
allocate
don't
resources
think,
between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worthwhile ultimately, but just the
we-
continued
we
problem
will
solving, I guess.
definitely have more resources for solving issues.
Great.
That is 100%
That's the main
case.
thing
Yeah.
ultimately, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, like the keepers thing, it's like, okay, the walls, if there's still a problem, just tell us. We'll just keep fixing it. We can test as much as we can test, but obviously people have different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. We try and think of all these, but like, look, we've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in. Tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual
Great.
straightforward solution. Hopefully it's not, we're gonna, I mean, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. They're now damageable, they're now smaller, hives are now smaller, the walls are smaller as well. And again, you can turn them off. You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an Atlas tree. You can have many of them, and you can have multiple active at once,
I was going to ask about
like
that, 'cause
Breach had before.
That's an old breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flash breaches overlapping that wasn't available in Keepers. That is a thing again now. That's possible.
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep. You can just run around,
good fun.
opening circles.
So obviously there's a way of like kind of being like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that. Is there
Yeah,
a
well,
bunch of them?
the whole goal was to keep that
right? We
Right, yeah.
You know, it would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one,
Yeah.
I don't know if people would have been very happy about that, but like the point was, like, people loved Breach for what Breach was. We wanted to retain that as the map to map. So yeah, you can have multiple unstable breaches. You can just run into multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters. You know, that's just what it is. It's just that, like, you know, we then get to have this new epic storyline set up, do more with it in the future. You know, what's Chiola gonna do? Where's Zoff and Unatol? Where are they right now?
You were saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Swords, but it's not like you're going to do Breach 3 next league. So, like, how does that even
the
happen?
Harbingers taken them? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something?
Blighted maps?
No.
Should still be in the game, I'm sure.
This is my.
I'd be surprised if they removed blighted maps.
Okay.
But you know, the point being, like, there's cool things to set up here, epic new bosses, be it pinnacles or otherwise, to come in the future, and you know, like, I understand people have a bit of attachment to a lot of this older content, but like,
The old domains.
these
and
are
Breach
literal old player characters wearing microtransactions that are bosses, and
They're
it
not
just
your
is-
current
Looking forward to and
standard.
worried about
That's
this
not what we
league.
do
Just like
anymore.
Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns here.
Get out of
You
here.
need bosses
be
that rip
interesting.
off their own head when the fight starts.
I'm ready for these patch notes.
Not recolored.
I wanna see skill
guys.
balance.
Not like, here's
The
some
control F,
armor
Earth
set. You're
Shatter.
not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now
Earth
you're a
Shatter,
Breach
auto
Lord,
exertion.
You know,
And every new unique we
Overexertion.
make going forward could have a Foulborn
Those are
variant.
the first control Fs I'm doing.
or be on the Reliquarian.
Yeah,
Slayer,
Sure.
Berserker.
Oh man. Well,
Yeah,
be
the
Rusty and go on a
Foulborn
Restoration
Unix.
YouTube channel. Excellent.
Foulborn uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn Uniques were, I think, a big win from that.
I mean, we are getting the holy hammers, so maybe slams are still
to keep expanding on
pretty
that.
solid.
The new
It's a banger.
uniques, some of the new
Maybe they're gonna
uniques
nerf some of the
in-
old good
in
slams, though.
Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding. That's awesome.
Yep.
Great. Well, that's happening right away then. Fantastic. On that note then, so the tree is staying, and I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way, but people also don't want it to necessarily be pooping out all of the best items and
Yeah.
to the extent that it was. So in what way is it going core, and in what way is it changing?
You know, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think that you know, we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to
Yeah,
be good
Earthshot
at
is probably gonna
generating
get
every
hit.
kind of
It
item.
needs
So
to.
I think
It's too
it
good.
can no longer make weapons or quivers.
Interesting.
So it can still do the armor, the jewelry.
Dual
and
strike of
obviously keeps
Ambi,
the
I haven't played
Foulborn
that.
Uniques.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons. To be clear, it's rare.
The
We need to do
rare
strike
equipment,
leagues.
the rare equipment. Yeah. So limited the pools of rare equipment it can produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific role now.
Strike
which
League
I like
login.
the
Man, these things
weapons.
look really rippy for
again,
hardcore.
like, that's a general thing where if
Maybe?
one thing can
Oh,
do
is it just-
everything, then why do anything else? And then you have
Oh,
the,
I thought it was gonna be
if
like
everything
damaging
can do
mods, it's just
everything, then what does
beneficial?
picking a league even mean? I mean, it's the
That's
same
fine.
discussion with things like fossils, right? You know, which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are exclusive, or at least way
I was gonna
more
ask about the
exclusively
old
from
one.
Delve.
If we did our due diligence fully, then fossils should only be coming from Delve now.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
we're kind of trying to make sure we're actually confining what it makes a league special to what makes a league special,
Right,
and not
yeah.
just letting it seep in everywhere.
So we
So
got
yeah, that with the tree,
Minotaur,
no
Chimera,
weapons for rare
Hydra.
weapons at least is aiming that direction.
Is it like a
This is
major
Phoenix.
power nerf to the creation of jewelry and armor?
Shaper.
It's been tuned down. Yeah.
Synthesis.
6 link
I saw the
rate
six-linking
is
thing was
down.
dropped down a bit. Yeah.
Cortex.
Is
What
it
is
like
this?
60 fusings instead of like 150 now? or
Yeah, I
something?
think it was 1 in 10 items are 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme.
I don't know what that
Yeah,
is.
It was printing
there's a
out.
balance pass as well, of course, yes.
Yeah.
Because again, it's part of that, like, how can item drops be good if this is just doing that, you know? So they're at odds with one another, but also now that it's one of many optional leagues in the end game, it doesn't need to be doing everything, you know, as good as it was doing. So,
I suspect it's still pretty good from my kind of like cursory glance.
Fossils
at
only
least.
from Delve?
It
Did they
looked
say
like
something about that?
fracturing was still
I
there,
missed
think,
that.
right? Like, I guess you guys are planning on.
Andrew
believe
did all
so.
of the specific adjustments for this.
incubators
So I'm
as
not
well?
actually sure off the top
Yeah,
of my head.
Fossils from incubators?
This is why we need a bigger couch.
Mm.
We need Andrew here.
How do we do that?
the problem
Two-story.
was the
Is it a
uncertainty.
Legion
With,
league?
and this is ideally why we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is like, Andrew could have changed stuff literally.
The frags
10
are from the
minutes ago.
Nightmare maps.
So,
You know,
I mean,
someone in
he's-
QA
Which is
might have
like
found something that he
kind of a
needed to address.
T17,
He's,
but
you know, and I'd like to reassure people like the,
the mods are not as brutal.
The live stream at the
And they're
end, you know what I mean?
T16s.
They're up there upstairs right now making changes. So, you know, we can only be so certain about you know without everyone here who's able to talk about it. But
Oh,
like,
fossils
you know,
from
we're
incubators
99% sure on everything.
also
I'll do
is-
my job
they're
while you
removed
guys
as
come
well.
up with
Oh,
some
shit.
changes that you go do after this too. So
Yeah. Well, you're
kinda
very
rough.
good at coming
Wait,
and
you
getting us
literally
make
have
a
to
few,
delve
a few last minute changes before.
fossils now?
I like it actually.
excellent, good.
Yeah.
I like it too.
Pain.
I get to do what I want. I think the last thing was the Hive Fortresses in Breach. They were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time. I think just like a lack of variety. They got quite time consuming, and then some issues with difficulty and reward scaling, where like you couldn't quite scale them up.
For
all that
SSF,
much
it's like
ultimately. I think like they
a
scale with map
huge
mods,
time
but I
commitment
guess
because you
a
have
lot
to
of
actually get
PoE
deep to farm good
scaling power
fossils,
now
a
comes
good
from,
amount of them.
Scarabs and Atlas
So
passives
it's like
and stuff. So
doubly punishing
I
it and
didn't really
stuff.
get that.
I actually don't know if any specific changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely
Well,
saw
I mean,
one, which is the juicing buttons.
Yeah, there's a whole.
Oh, yeah, sure.
The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of scarabs and atlas passives that are related to the keeper's mechanic.
True.
And
cool,
those
right?
will apply to your hive fortresses, and so you can get things like the enrage the swarm buttons, which
Nice.
I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a hive encounter, but if you click the enrage the swarm button every
them
time,
all.
I really hope you have a good build.
Wait,
Yeah, so
Okay,
I
that's
What did
think
you
I
say?
think it is all most like primarily tangential changes like
Hold
Atlas
on, I need to
trees
hear that
and
again, dude.
systems like that now that they're core as opposed to
sounded relevant for hardcore.
baseline changes. But
Swarm buttons, which
Nice.
I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a hive encounter, but if you click the enrage the swarm button every
them
time,
all.
I really hope you have a good build.
Oh, you can end the
I think
things
generally
early
get
to
a-
send all the waves in the hive.
And
cool,
those
right?
will apply to your hive fortresses, and so you can get things like the enrage the swarm buttons, which I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a hive encounter, but if you click the enrage the swarm button every
them
time,
all.
I really hope you have a good build.
Wait, what the hell is enrage the
yeah,
swarm?
so I think
I don't even know what that is.
is that we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to have 5 different ways of playing every league, and that's awesome.
I'm already excited to, if it goes core, which is not a decision we'll make for a while, but
I wonder if these can
you know,
stack.
come up with Atlas passives for Mirage or Scarabs for Mirage.
You're already starting to think about what you can do. That's a
Yeah,
good sign.
have stuff in my back pocket.
Okay, cool.
Half the size and do something, double the size and do something. There's like so many different options there. Yeah.
This is a Warpro because I'm realizing we just haven't even like talked about the core Endgame. Well, it's like, yeah, you guys redid the Atlas
Yeah.
by the way. We haven't even
Oh,
got to
yeah.
that yet.
We put a lot in this one.
So, the change to map, I call it that because it's just like, it's not June's map anymore, it's just map. Just kind of made me giggle the first time I see it. So, what's, I mean, the quality of life around this, for one, I like that you led with that as
Yeah,
part
the
of
T17
showcases,
removal.
Like, here's
Nice
all the quality
change.
of life
We gotta see how the
bonuses that
nightmare
this
maps
means.
play out,
Oh,
but
yes.
on paper sounds
I
way better.
mean, it's a pretty big deal.
Wait, I wonder if
know
those
that there's, like,
bosses,
this immediate
T17
and,
bosses, are still
even
going to be in the game
internally, like,
somehow.
you have
They
this,
probably will
like,
be.
Yeah, this is what we're doing. And people are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor. Like, wait. But then you get to explain, like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take out, I like to call it, because you no longer
Simulacrum?
need this and this and this.
I wonder if people are going to
achieve
play
these different
any
goals. So, like,
trade this
it
league.
simplifies things down in a really good way from a UX standpoint.
I mean, trade
and
might be good
also
because
a
we don't know what the hell we're
trade
doing in this
standpoint.
stuff.
Yeah.
there's
and
so many unknowns.
from completing your Atlas standpoint, like all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like 3, for example, you don't need favored maps anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of what was special about Kirax missions or good about Kirax missions was helping you complete the Atlas. That's now redundant.
Wait.
Yeah, you get to trim so much fat.
It's gone, by the way. There's no
Kirax gone?
You got rid of chisels at the same time as well.
Holy shit.
Finally,
just base
after all
chisels,
these
just
years.
base chisels, by the way. Maven's chisel still exists for clarification, but it's 1 chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were just so much. They were just like pointless busy work. I always felt that way. I was like, stupid chisels, I hate them.
You do get bonus quantity in your maps
What?
based on the completion of your Atlas. So by the time you fully
Yes.
Why is this like
Yes.
cut off?
actually slightly more quantity than what chisels would have previously provided.
Yeah, I know you gotta like make
It's
sure.
like,
Like,
everything's
sorry,
like cut
guys,
off
we
in
need
this,
to
what
take
the-
that 20% away from you.
That's 25 now.
25. Right.
Well, and of course,
Bosses of nightmare maps?
there's Voidstone mods which apply to your whole
What they
Atlas.
are?
You've got
I mean, the whole Egan system.
Yeah, you've got
That's the big one.
and you got more Atlas passive points than before. You know, so there's lots of like
7 or 8.
Where's the nightmare here?
It's so nice to be able to get rid of like
It was on this
it's
page,
this
right?
thing where like you just can't add infinite systems to the app map device. It was kind of getting crazy,
Oh,
and I
there it
know we
is.
obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of
Mm.
more of the stuff. It's like getting way more simple, and it's just like
Yeah, maybe it is.
the process of using the map device, putting in
Oh,
your
maybe
map
it's just a
and running
random
map,
T17 boss?
just being and
It might be, yeah.
rolling that map, being as clean as possible.
Yeah.
and
Raven
then being
Trail.
able to
3 clicks instead of I got
Yeah.
2 dozen. So
Could be.
and then being able to, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your Atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that
And
is really
Rage
cool. Like, I
increases
am the
rewards
kind
from
of
enemy
player-
encounter, but
I
makes
think
the
you
mobs
are
harder.
too,
Was that in
who
the
likes to
the
run- I
current
like to run
league? I don't
many
remember
different
that.
maps.
Yeah, I like having.
Was I just, like, spamming
sort
buttons
of
and making waves
short to
harder or
mid-term
something?
goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited for the whole Egan system, because it's like, ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, and that'll give me a reward at the end, and also increasing juice as I do so. I don't know. I was gonna then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that because, like, I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. Like, I saw the blobs and I was like, "Oh no, here we go again."
No, there's no Elder Ring management.
You have to make the Elder eat the shape of the
No.
blob, but not fully.
No.
You have to make sure it stays
No, no,
alive
no,
in its
no, no.
digestive tract. That's how you get the optimal.
No. The loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the Atlas, then you run the maps in the blob. There's no like, oh, I have to micromanage.
Yeah, we'll probably
it to
have
make sure that it's
T17, like a
doing the
random
exact right
T17
thing, and
boss.
if I
Wait, is it
run
gonna
the
be
wrong map,
random?
then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it.
A random
You just take
T17
your
boss in
map
these
and
nightmare
just
maps?
you
That
can
might
just
be kind of
do them,
shit.
right? Like, you don't have to be like, "Oh,
What if we like Citadel boss in hardcore?
Oh yeah, you
Which
just
is
have,
amazing.
You just
That
have
was-
the map
that?
item.
That was
You
really
go wherever you
frustrating
want,
with those
and that
map
is
systems.
also,
Oh, they
to
just
be
added
clear,
the fortress change?
You
Okay,
can still
makes sense.
go wherever you like. You
I was
have
gonna say, I didn't
freedom
know
of
what that
choice
was.
to pick whatever map it is you want to run. Like you use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so like, you don't want to do different maps in the blob. You could still do the blob; it'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3
Cut it in
each,
half.
right? One of them will be removed.
Dies.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your Atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so if
but you
you-
get a little bit less juice
yeah.
if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. Oh, that's a really cool.
So you have
idea.
this like sort of tension, this push-pull between, do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you
Get to
run
the
like
vault.
all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one
Yeah.
last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be
Or
very
you just
juiced.
cut it in half a couple times and then you rush to the end
Oh.
scenario.
Which the main
I like that.
motivation behind that decision is it means that every astrolabe has a sort of minimum value.
Okay.
Like, maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't
That's
really
kinda
use
cool.
the
I
Blight
like that.
astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Go for giga juicing or
Then
just
that
rush the
ends up
vault?
being like, okay, well, I can buy those en masse
That's nice.
and then go just blitz through them, do like 2 or 3
Right,
blights
yeah,
and 2 or 3
yeah.
maps to get to the vault and get that
the
reward.
rush one.
Yeah, so there's like those subtle
Clever,
tactics.
yeah. And
Sort of spam the
non-annoying.
vaults.
Like, this would be annoying if you had to like trace down the specific maps and like micromanage it and
I
it was
think
moving
what's-
around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think what's really important about these Atlas sort of effects, I guess, these geographical events, is that they're transient. Like, you don't want something that is something you're going to have to manage for basically indefinitely. You want something that you engage with, it has an end,
It's
then you
just a
go again.
short-term sort of
Yeah, like
little
this is a
goal
really
project.
good system for making short to mid-term goals.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
that is it achieves that goal very well. So yeah, good.
Awesome.
Just also, by the way, his blight thing was a hypothetical. I know people.
Sure, I have no idea what the players will think of what I don't. There
I
will
just-
be an astrolabe that is the cheapest one, right? I don't know which one
I
it'll
looked at
be.
you and saw in the corner of my eye, blight nerf, and I was like, no, wait. Well, there might be, there might be a blight.
truth to every
There might be a
I'm pulling
blight
on my
nerf.
microphone here. I'm getting too into it.
There might be a blight nerf, but
I don't know. If Andrew was here, he would know.
I mean, I had a question for later. It's just like, Blight's a bit buggy and laggy. You guys looking at that at some point?
You're not wrong.
Yep.
yes, but it's just a limitation of that's what happens when you spawn that many things.
Yeah.
you just get too many things, and guess what? Nothing can handle that. So, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, oh no, they're going to remove half the stuff, and it's like that's part of the fun. And but yeah, like look, if
I mean, you had a Blight Ravage map, so you obviously don't. You're okay with a certain amount of that.
there's a little bit of crazy, sure, but like the answer might end up being like, you know, less objects, but objects are more valuable, you know, stuff like that. It's just a matter of that's a performance optimization issue more so than a balance problem in this regard. Not to say there isn't also a balance problem. There might, you know, maybe, but you know, the goal primarily there is to make the performance not such a horrendousness, and the only real way to do that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the value of those things to then compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf. It's like not a you know, often there's like it's an engine thing, or like there's a, you know, back-end performance thing you can do. And maybe there is something you can optimize here, but honestly, this one is just a straight up like,
what the hell? Voidstone's going at the edges?
Like, what do you expect to happen when you have this many things on screen at one time? And I'm like, I want all of my frame rate, and but then they're like, yeah. So often there's like, is it an engine problem? Is it a, like, you know, programming optimization issue?
So yeah, T17's
like back-end or instance,
T17
and
boss.
then it's like, yeah, often sometimes it's just the game designers need to calm down.
Need to be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
Dude, I really hope the T7 or the Nightmare map bosses.
Had a personal gripe or issue with those.
Oh, they're talking about it right now.
Like, you know, you designed some of that stuff. You felt personally responsible, Octavian, for some of the issues that came out of Tier 17 modifiers and the economic aspects of those. I was pleased to see that it seems like T17s have been pretty much they're pretty much gone. There's this new Nightmare Maps system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that. So can you kind of like explain how that works then?
Well, one of the goals with we've done a lot of little changes. Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5 layouts for T17 maps, and
it was so restrictive.
If your end game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so it just feels like
other maps.
Exactly.
Barrels.
So sure, barrels. And so one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as originator maps. Correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on that.
Yes, they do.
Which helps bring them in line with originator maps.
Yeah.
And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new Nightmare maps. You are going to be running originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what result? Ultimately, they're still decent to run.
Wait, are we
they're not like
boss rushing in Nightmare maps now?
ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea.
And
right?
bouncing.
To make them an access gate for.
And they're more deterministic in that regard as well. Each of the individual Nightmare maps is associated with particular Uber boss fragments.
Right.
So that's kind of to help give them more identity in that direction of it's the access point to an Uber boss.
Dude, you got to be insane to click one of these scarabs in
It's definitely
hardcore.
just much easier now if you want a
no
specific
fucking
Uber
way.
boss to go and kill that specific Uber boss, because you have the Nightmare key is. It's a lot of keywords. It's like keywords, but it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So, choice is up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before, and so
They were a bit of a chaos sink before. Is that something you're like worried about or monitoring? Like the idea of.
We're concerned on chaos on a couple levels. One is that, and the second is, with no character.
They changed this, huh?
There's chaos sync. So,
Sure, yeah.
but as we said, we're doing a bunch of changes around currency items and with the whole ground drops, and so I suspect what will end up looking like is we will be increasing other currencies over chaos, not the bad ones, other good currencies over chaos more, so that we don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos. But I can see a world where
Man, this Nido's so good actually.
yes,
Holy
there's gonna
fuck.
be a like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like I don't see how it. I never.
Well, I guess it depends on the rarity of fractured orbs. Fracturing orbs.
I'm like, I have a decently high level of certainty, unless I'm missing something here, that without those two sinks,
That's pretty good,
you're
though.
just going to end up with lower value of
you go.
chaos for sure.
Yeah, diverse your chaos portfolio now based on Mike's comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual
Surely,
early
right?
price
Like,
of
it will.
chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
Right?
We'll see.
Yeah.
When it comes to economies,
well.
fields over reels, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's
Isn't this
go.
just
GCPs
always a net
trade
benefit?
currency.
Unless you're target farming
One
div
thing,
cards.
since it was just tangentially with the Keurig missions being gone, there's a lot of mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So something like
This might
say,
actually be
I don't know, settlers lore.
good to click on during
settlers,
progression.
loot objects like the
Yeah.
the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we
Alright.
wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
Yep.
Nice. You've been making sure that people don't feel like they've been robbed with these changes.
Oh
haven't
yeah,
you?
for sure.
Got to be done.
It's just not what we want to do. If it happens, it's on accident.
Yeah.
Generally,
Yeah.
and if it isn't, would
The point was to kill the busy work, and I'm here for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Chiseling maps isn't fun.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay. Originator and memory maps on the other end of things had these weird pedal powers. They're weird and awkward. I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean, they're gone.
Sick.
Some of the benefits they caused are now on the altars at the when doing the, speaking of keywords, memory
Memory
strands.
Yeah, we were going through this the other day.
yeah.
Like memory thread, strand, fragments,
Strands, I think, are the thing
memory
or the
lines,
items.
memory strands, memory tears. There's one of those.
I
as
can't
well.
remember.
So yeah, when running those, you can get them on as altar enhancements, and so the altars are kind of better. But yeah, no,
Also,
they were annoying.
the memory
annoying.
threads
8
are, I think if I'm using the right
divines?
term, the things you use to
8 divines?
Egan's fruit story and kill the bosses to help Zana,
This is a problem.
or to
is a
follow
problem.
Zana. The
Oh,
memory
dude.
lines things, those are itemized now, and you can thus trade them to other
Oh,
players.
wait, this is
you
a
can
big
save
shipment
them to
though.
use for later.
It's 50 mil
There
away.
was previously a problem with where
But,
if you were
fuck,
partway through
you're
one
still
of
gonna get a
those
lot of
and you got
divines from
tired of
this.
running it, and you went back to running a normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you get FOMO. Cause
You
you're
still
like,
have to
oh,
do
no,
King's
yeah.
March,
Yeah.
and now you have to
Buy
spec
them,
into
you
it on the
can sell
trees.
them,
Great.
farm a specific one. You
You
can
actually have to spec into ore.
And
Just
it's,
better.
that means it's also not like, because this
Yeah,
whole thing
I mean,
was
you
like
ha-
a weird thing. I don't even know like how it activated half the time. And it was like
100% farming ores is going to
It
be
feels more
this,
connected to a choice you're making.
or like
now,
mandatory
rather
if
than
you're on
just-
max currency. There's no way it's not.
Thing in it. Yeah. You get to make that specific decision. Fantastic.
At least early league.
We touched
and
on
in
Delph, that's
SSF.
good.
But,
Just-
like,
yeah,
mid-late
I think
game,
we addressed that one pretty
mid-late
well.
league, then yeah, you probably
so
won't
on
have to do
that
this.
one then, we have a few extra just random unsorted questions.
Okay.
I actually I don't normally include a ruthless
probably gonna
question.
rework
I'm
some of
sorry,
these
everyone,
notes.
just block your ears for a second. One person asked me a ruthless question that I thought was actually intriguing. I thought I'd ask now. So in ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was surprised to learn. Made me laugh. Does it have to be like that?
It's the idea was if that.
Oh, we don't know
you
what each- is
with
each ore the
Ruthless,
same?
really
They're probably
what
different.
A lot of what Ruthless is a it's meant to mean that
Usually
you
people
don't
go for
have
bismuth,
the whole
though.
items on the ground that don't really matter.
Bismuth
mostly
and
vision.
maybe
And so the
Verisium.
idea was like, if you have to use one, then we've failed. That being said,
Let's see what they give though. They might have changed stuff.
I don't think that those two, like, I would be okay with enabling this, and I'll talk about it. And the idea really is that what I think loot filters can do very, very well. Well, I don't think that whether or not a player wants to hide an item, we should make them not want to hide the item in the filter. Like, that's the failure, not no, we're going to make you unable to hide items. So if we're
It's not the
succeeding in that
answer. You
regard,
don't need that answer
then
then, right?
ideally when they're making the filter, they wouldn't have any hide lines, right? That's us doing it right. So the fact that there are items wanting to be hidden isn't doing it right. But more
Reroll
so, the thing the
favored.
filter does really, really, really well is improve, the formatting, highlighting, what's escalating levels of what's
Dopamine
important,
levels, yeah.
all of that stuff very, very well. And as I
Yeah,
was saying,
Ruthless,
these things don't have to be
Dr.
at odds
Leaf.
with one another. Like you can do the drops
So is this
right
the
and
only
still
gold
have
sync
filters.
now? Like what?
I think
Besides
me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given
Faustus?
the same answer to that. By the way, I certainly it is a
What else you spend
philosophy I've
gold on?
changed. Like I might have even been me that said no filters and ruthless. I don't remember. So like I'm certainly okay with it. And
Wait,
I
is
think
gold for
at
crops
that
now?
point where people
Oh, yeah,
are going,
mappers
I'm
are
gonna
still
hide
in.
all
Fuck
this and
me.
this and this, then we need to be doing more work on the item system in that regard. And which is a universal thing. That's not ruthless specific, right? As I said,
yeah, true.
if everyone's
Disenchant
hiding all the
recon.
rare items, then we're failing on rare items.
Oh
That's
man, dude, we're
a
still doing the
problem.
King's March
However,
grind. Maybe it'll be a bit better though.
Well, and that applies to a bunch of things in the game. It's like, why are we dropping so many items if the general is no one wants it? Now, obviously, some people might not, and that's where that comes into play. But end of the day, I would expect it to be. I don't want to have a specific philosophy there because I think that at the end of the day, if we're like, we don't want you to be able to hide items, that's our fault for making you want to hide items. That's not your fault, so you shouldn't have to have a bunch of stuff on your screen that you don't want because of that failure of ours. So.
On the random questions, so you can't pause on the options menu, but you can pause if you open the passive screen first. It's kind of weird. It's like, why is there no like dedicated pause button? You have to open.
There was a specific.
We are implementing that.
Great.
It's meant to be you can pause, do whatever you want, and then unpause at your leisure. Not to say that the repository won't still pause, because full screen interfaces will still pause, but there was a specific options thing where, it was honestly weird when you had like a panel that's just left aligned, like pausing you, in the options. I know some people want it, but then also on the other hand, like having your game paused and then you're changing kind of graphic settings also kind of gives you this thing where you like, or when you're changing certain options, you then can't appreciate the changes. But ultimately, the real answer is implement this
Make
pausing
King's March
system
a
properly,
prison.
for both games, mind you. It's on our current queue.
Okay, great.
So which game gets it
King's
first?
March
and then the other
prison
game will get
login
it
3.28. Yeah, they're gonna fix it in
is kind of honestly
3.29.
the race condition at this point.
I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does Requarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been like tested? Like Widow Hail, for example.
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean, it should function.
So if it looks like it can stack, it should start.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's for you guys to figure out. The balance of.
100%.
Oh yeah, that's our
That's their
responsibility.
problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
Mappers are too tedious. I mean, mappers are super rewarding though, man. And now we're gonna have more gold from mappers,
we'd have to
I
look into
assume,
that.
Sounds like
Yeah.
that's been
since it's not
considered.
going
look into
into
that.
I'm
Yeah,
not
to
against
crops.
it. It's not. It's
So map,
at
like-
this point of the week to go, it's unlikely to be
We went
something
from
that makes
like
it into 328.
crop
but it
focus to
is-
now mapper
that is a
focus,
very
I
good
assume.
question.
Cool. It has been seed. The seed has been
Yeah,
planted.
it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like,
Overexertion nerf
there's
to
like
stay
a
the same. That's what we're gonna find out.
tiny
Control F
little
patch notes.
area where we
Control
can pick
F,
up just
overexertion,
only the
auto-exertion,
exact
Earth
same
Shatter.
specific
Those are the first
currency
three.
types. Just, like shards, life force splinters, just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up and what items you're not picking up. It's part of the gameplay. I understand that. So just items that have no decision making where you're going to pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I
Relative
believe
compared to how
that.
much you can generate.
But I think like something is diminished and lost when you
Yeah,
have to click.
I mean, there's gonna be a
8
lot
times
of,
to pick up
in-game
that
farming
life force,
changes
and
for
you,
sure
misclick and your character
that we
walks
don't
out
know
of the
about.
way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up, it goes, oh, so satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character with this cool like animation or something like
Wait,
that.
what is he talking about?
What
Pause.
about something like that?
I was going to say,
Look at
I would
Mark's
sooner
face.
merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up again today. but without being able to have a good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
Scripted encounter.
When you have things like, well, there are certain levels of philosophical things that are obviously from the ancient times, as I now call them. You know, since while we were talking about 27 expansions ago, and there's things that are probably 27 before that. You know, there are these things that you can't just make up on the spot for sure. You know,
Yeah.
I'll bring. You know, you come upstairs and bring it up,
Okay.
and then we'll see where it goes. And then
do
you can be the hero
I'll do it.
or the villain. No, I'll be the villain. You be the hero. But you know, we'll
Yep,
go
hey, man,
discuss it
delete
afterwards.
Kingsmark.
Yeah, I'm just
See
trying
where
to
we go.
get
3.29.
Yeah, little tiny.
Bring a
Just
deleted
little
trust.
foot in the door here, maybe. Just like plant the seed, maybe.
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
No, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and
will.
we'll see where it goes.
All right. That's what
I'm going to say there's a low chance on that changing, by the way.
I'm still going to plant the seed
But
because I didn't ever think asynchronous trade would happen. Or
I don't want to ruin.
Is this
your
the same as
hopes.
Awakened
I would say
multi-strike
low,
game?
No.
But yeah, I mean, with
10
how
years?
much stuff is changing lately, like even just the base maps and everything, who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade, right? That's happening eventually, one day.
All right.
Well, it's actually better.
Thank you both very much for a good chat. And
It's better than Awakened
session.
Multi-Strike,
For the first
but
time here. This is
It has a
hope you
bigger
enjoyed yourself.
mana
I
multiplier.
love these things. And
Gonna
Oh,
do
we're
it
back to
again?
patch notes? Log in.
Yes, you are doing it.
you are doing it again. This is not
You're
jokes.
you're doing it again. Yeah, hopefully we get Andrew on here next time.
Bigger couch.
You know,
Be back next time for bigger Q&A, bigger couch, more hours, more of us really.
You just
needing
keep
to go
doing
to
that
the
every
bathroom
time until
afterwards.
half the company is here.
yeah,
It really, yes. All right.
Might get
Thank you
a-
very much,
yeah.
folks. See you later.
all good.
Yep, we're at the patch notes.
Appreciate it, everyone.
Give me the juice. Give me the juice right now. PM. I mean, they wouldn't make us wait 20 minutes for no reason, though, right? Like, assuming the patch notes are ready, they're gonna release them now, surely. All right. Anybody sees the patch notes? Let me know. Let me know.
But there will be many, many more for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame.
All right. Man, that's a lot. There's a lot going on here. Wait, is there like a TLDR patch notes or something somebody made? Or I mean, not patch notes, live stream reveal. What's going on here? Yep, fuck T17s. This has the potential to be one of the best leagues ever. I mean, there's a lot changing. That's good. Discord being laggy? Seems okay for me. So much to tinker with for the next 7 days? Yeah, we got a lot. There's a lot. Like, we got to study. We got to get our PhDs. Take some Adderalls and dive in and shit. Any thoughts about Imbued Harvest deleted? Oh. I mean, surely it's like a scarab or something now, right? Surely it's going to be a scarab. There's no way they would delete Imbued Harvest. I'd be very surprised. But that's a good point. Oh, dude, the Harbinger removal is so good. I hate Harbinger. Specifically how useless it is without scarabs. Good change. And like Fracturing Orbs being base drop pool now. So good. Oh, oh, dude, what? I thought these were the fucking patch notes. What the hell is this? Miss Q&A, any big wins? Honestly, nothing too crazy now that I can remember. Nothing crazy. Map progression? Yeah, there's no more Kirak selling maps. Well, maybe he does sell maps, but maybe he doesn't. I think he'll still sell on makings though. Who knows how map progression's gonna be though. Wouldn't that be some shit if we're all stuck in like yellow maps though? That'd be fucked up. Yeah, Harbinger's gone, and Ancient Orbs and Fracturing Orbs are now base drops, baseline drops. Good change. Great change. Dude, these belts are so good. Cord belt. They could have gave it a better name. That doesn't sound very potent. Where are the patch notes? Blessed Orbs, Real Guardian maps. Rip annulments and exalts in SSF. I've been thinking about that is in SSF, you can't even farm those without Harbinger Scarabs, really. And it's really hard to farm Scarabs right now. Wait, did they mention annul? Oh, I guess annuls are a base drop, but they're very rare. Is that the only way to get annuls now? I think the exalt... Losing the exalts from Harb is fine, Harby? I don't know about annuls, though. I mean, exalts might be kind of scarce, too, though. Yeah. Fossils are now at delve only. So I guess there's no fossils in, like, Simulacrum either as well. Wait, we actually have to wait 20 minutes for the patch notes? No. Oh, dude. That's insane, bro. You did get Harbinger Scarabs, you stocked them and made an atlas and they poured in. Yeah, that's true. Ideally, though, we don't have to rely so much on Scarabs for some of these league mechanics. I mean, I guess a lot of other league mechanics have that issue too, but not quite as bad as Harbinger had. Because it was literally a waste of time to do Harbinger without Scarabs. It felt so bad. Harbinger just, it wasn't fun to do either. It was just like stand around and right click for like 20 seconds until they disappeared. I guess it's sort of like Blight, but shorter. Wait, so what is this thing here that makes minions? What is this called again? We haven't seen it data on that, info on that really, right? I know they mention it in the stream, but like very vaguely. I want more info about these minions. It could be interesting to look to fuck around with. Leading Dawn Blow. Dawn Blow might be kind of interesting with some of this holy stuff, maybe. Dawn Blow, and you have like the holy minions too, or something. So I assume these little holy minions have like it's like a cleave-like attack. It's like a small AoE, maybe. Wait, I wonder if they can splash. Maybe it's a strike. I mean, they definitely have like an area to them. Fuck, it's gonna be like a small AoE, isn't it? If you can't splash these, I think they're gonna be shit. Like, if this is all the AoE you get, this is gonna be trash, eh? I mean, maybe not that bad. What is the radius on splash? You even get 57% more melee splash AoE on this. What is the radius? Oh, base radius of 14 units. Wait, maybe this amount of AoE is fine. That proc that increases damage but you can't consume. Shit sounds sick. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I don't know. We need to see the gem, like the gem. We need to see a lot of gems. Could be cool though. I don't know how you'd sustain those hollowed flame stacks for minions, unless it's like some big hitting heavy hitting minion or something. And you went to gem with melee splash for the 7 link? Well, that's the thing. We don't know if it's a strike or if it's a like an AoE attack, right? Because it doesn't splash have to support a strike? Or how does it read? Yeah, strike skill. I can't. I don't know if this is strike or like it's an AoE attack. Ball Dom Blow. Oh yeah, it does. I've never used this skill. Ball Domination. You can have up to 3. The problem is the shittier Dom Blow minions would consume your stacks. Yo, what's up, Fel? Dude, I can't believe we're waiting 20 minutes, bro. This is insane. Oh, dude, my body's ready for the patch notes. Where they at? $200% more. 200% more from the hollowed flame. Is that what you're talking about? Don't the charges get consumed though when something hits the enemy? Dude, this gem's crazy. Enlighten, enhance, empower all in one gem. What a sick support. And then if you get a level 4 as well, it's going to be +2, like 16% qual, 90% reservation. This thing's nuts. From the Vol Domblo minion. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, 200% more. Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't have the little shittier guys consuming your hollowed flame, could be interesting. Wait, how long do these last? 30 seconds. Yeah, it could be interesting, actually, yeah. I guess just whenever these are out, you have to just constantly reapply the hollowed flame stacks, maybe? Just, like, rapidly, just... Wait, you could apply it with Static Strike. Dude, Static Strike's gonna own with hollowed flame thing. Where are the patch notes? Monty. I don't understand what the point of teasing an item like this is. So yeah, this it tells us nothing.
Alien PLS3, Alien PLS3, Alien PLS3, Alien
Yo, thanks, dude.
PLS3, Alien PLS3.
Thanks for the 100 bits, Monty. It's kind of weird that we lost. Wait, how many maps are on the Atlas right now? Isn't it like 100, 115 or something? I guess we lost 15 maps on the Atlas. But we still get the same bonuses or whatever, so... I honestly won't even notice. Like losing 15 maps, whatever. Or actually, I guess... Does that also include unique maps in that number? Yeah, I think it's 115 right now. It might include uniques, though. Somewhere around 115. Yeah, we still get full Atlas points, but it comes from other stuff that's not on the Atlas. Like the stuff at the edges, I think. The corners, I believe. Oh, patch notes. Oh, wait, it's not even... What the fuck? Oh, it's Cubes of the Flame. Dude, I got baited. Never mind. That's... Somebody linking some other shit. JK. I got baited. I got baited. Mm-hmm. Why are they showcasing Untainted Paradise? What is the point of showcasing this? I guess are they showing that it can be any map tier, I guess, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, GGG just set themselves up for a 20-minute DDoS with this like 20-minute delay between live stream and patch notes. It's like straight minutes of 20 minutes. 20 minutes of F5, basically. Dude, I wonder if Toxic Rain could be good with this circle thing. Big old chaos explosion. But then you're playing Toxic Rain. Is that really worth it? Come on. Where's the patch notes? Oh, it's about to be 4. Yo, it's coming right now, right? All right, now we're F5. DDoS. I guess it's probably better to F5 this, eh? It doesn't really matter, does it? Come on. Oh, there it is. Yo, log in. All right. Earth Shatter. Oh, they nerfed it. Good. What else we got? Overexertion. Oh, they nerfed it. Oh, they nerfed the shit out of it. It needed it, though. Oh, they've nerfed auto exertion. They nerfed all of them. Oh shit. Wow. Oh man. Slabs will still be good if those are the only changes. They'll still be good, but just a little bit less strong. All right, here we go. Let's skip all this jazz. Requarian. Shifting each league. Not available on Forbidden Flesh Flame. Knowledge, power, and skill. Intelligence, strength, dex. Gem imbuing. Divine Blast. Saw that. Holy Hammers. Requires a mace or staff. Holy Strike. Infuse your weapon with a holy energy and swing. Successfully hitting an enemy with summon will summon forth a holy armament which copies your main hand weapon stats to determine its own. Its holy armaments are undamageable minions and will attack the enemies you target with Holy Strike. Wait, what the fuck? Huh. Holy Strike. Retaliate against a blocked hit with a sweep of your shield, unleashing a wave of light and cone in front of you. Additional waves also emanate from allies in a radius around the first target struck. Towards the target. Additional waves also emanate from allies in a radius around the first target struck. Ugh. What the fuck? Glorified Dawn Blow. Are you talking about a Holy Strike or Shield of Light? I guess this is sort of like Dawn Blow, huh? But it scales off your main hand weapon. Hmm. Static strike of gathering lightning. While you have gathering lightning, attacks with this skill will cause chaining beams of lightning, which chain further the more gathering lightning you have. Holy shit. That sounds sick. Yo. It might be worth looking at. You see the numbers on that. Oh, they nerfed int stacking? It's over. Amazing meta shakeup and no changes to any skills really except Earth Shatter and Peabod. You already went through everything? I mean, it's a bit early to say for sure, right? Maybe there's stuff not specifically on skills. Cool. Charge dash of projection. I've never used charge dash. I don't know anything about this. Flamethrower trap of stability. A trap that releases a number of flames in different directions around it when triggered. The flames last for a duration, repeatedly dealing damage. What is this not? Oh, this is like flames. Oh. Wait, isn't this already what it does? What the fuck? I mean, this sounds like the same fucking the base gem. Like, what the hell is different here? You know what the leak star does? Will do, will do. Time to load up Righteous Fire. Sounds like it's not spinning. Oh, that would make sense. Oh, because stability. Oh. Big brain, big brain. Makes sense. Okay. Charge, dash, and sweep. Yo, sweep's looking kind of hot. Well, the number-wise, not so great. Might be good for clear, though. Alright, we saw that. Shock Nova Procession. Cast a ring of lightning around you, followed by a larger lightning nova. Each effect hits enemies caught in their area with lightning damage. This then repeats with each repeat offset from the previous in the direction of your target. What the hell? Each effect hits enemies caught in their area with lightning damage. This then repeats with each repeat offset from the previous in the direction of your target. Oh, I see. It's sort of like Spell Cascade or something. Okay, cool. I assume you can multi it with this. I would assume. Stormburst of Repulsion. I don't know what the hell's different here. Unleash orbs of energy while you channel that repeatedly jump away from the target location until their duration expires. Oh, it's like a AoE version of it. It like they travel outwards, I guess. Oh yeah, because repulsion, that makes sense. I mean, I don't really know what the purpose of this is. Just for clear or some shit? Dude, what? This is literally the base gem. Maybe it does more damage. Blessed Call. Supports Warcry skills, causing them to create consecrated ground. Support Warcries have lowered AoE and CDR. Cannot support trigger Warcries. This is a buff to some slammers. Stormburst. It makes it sound like the like wherever your cursor is. Hold on. If your cursor's right here, it sounds like they'll spread out and then deal damage or something outwards. And so repulsion. That's my guess, but I don't know. That's my guess. Excommunicate. Supports melee attacks, cause them to gain a percentage of physical damage as extra fire and lightning damage, and excommunicate enemies on melee hit. Does not modify the skill used by minions. Of course not. What the fuck is excommunicate? Oh, I think I've seen this before. Excommunicate. Excommunicated enemies cannot deal chaos damage. Really? That's all it does? Let me favorite this. Alright, so excommunicate, they cannot deal chaos damage. I mean, depending on the numbers on this, this could be good. Exemplar Sport. Supports minion skills, causing your minions to have increased critical strike and critical multiplier for each of your own recent critical strikes. What the hell? That sounds really questionable. Not very good. Hollow. Supports melee attacks use yourself, causing them to inflict hollowing flame on melee hit. Yo. Oh, that's kind of sick, actually. Kind of based. 10 new rune graphs. Agile, Connection, Consecration, Fury, Imbued, Rallying, Resurgence, Wrought Blood, Spellbound, Suffering. All content accessed using the map device is now physically present on the atlas. Sick. You can now get more total atlas skill points than before. Yo, that's kind of nice. Hagon now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana traversing the threads that weave the atlas together and severing them. He's made use of a new mysterious discovery, arcane astrolabes. Hey, what is all this lore, bro? I don't need the lore. Just give me the info. Just give me the info, bro. Div Doryani map. Oh, so we only have to run, what, 10 unique maps now? How many unique maps are there total? 28. Oh, some of these are like synth and stuff. Is that like 15 or 16, I want to say? So we can skip like maybe 5 or 6 of them. Wait, but we have no Kirak now. It's actually going to be hard to get unique maps. Favored map system has been removed. Wow. Really? I mean, I kind of like this system. I don't know why they... Oh, I guess so we don't need it anymore. They could have just like reworked this to something else, though. Fair enough. Memory skills have been removed. Yes. Yes. Oh, okay, what? Dude, nobody wants memory strand items. At least I don't. Sad about the slam nerfs? I think slams will still be alright. Just a little bit less power, but they were already really, really strong day 1, day 2. But yeah, like late game, slams are going to take a bit of a hit. They were already not that great, like late game. I still think they're going to be good day 1, day 2 for sure, though. Nothing to worry about on that front. I wonder if are there any strike buffs? Strikes might be pretty good now, yeah. No point to favorite maps? Yeah, that's why I said they should just have reworked it to something else. Because it was a cool system. Even if we don't necessarily need like a way to run the same map over and over. I think the favorite system was really cool. You're just at like some other sort of favorite thing, I don't know. Maybe they'll just do something later though. Thanks for the YouTube content, the Uber Boss Guide. Right on. Right on. Glad to hear it, man. Memory of Chud. The nothing ever happens Chud. Dude, I'm chudding out this league. I'm chudding the fuck out. Alright, so the Void Stones are from Exarch plus Eater is 1. Shaper and Elder is 2. Incarnation of Dread is 3. What is the 4th one? Am I can't even think right now. I don't remember what it is. Here's the Memory of Loneliness, which adds a memory thread to a quadrant of the Atlas, leading to the incarnation of neglect. Oh, they nerfed Mamba. It's over. Oh no, Mamba bros. Threads of the Originator questline now awards a skill book granting 2 Atlas passive skill points and 2 Atlas passive respect points for defeating each incarnation. Okay. Completing each nightmare map now awards 1 Atlas skill point. Okay, so there are... Each nightmare map still has its own specific boss. It's not like a random bosses, I assume. How do you control which one you get, though? Yeah, they're buffing the shit out of the memory strand items, but it's still gonna suck. Probably. Ooh, Uber bosses now only require 4 fragments. Good change. Hmm. Oh yeah, this is so yeah, this is replacing what are they called? Orbs of Horizon. So now we just use Blessed Orbs instead of Horizons for all of these. Yeah, it's kind of nice. So Conquerors, Elder Guardians, Shaper Guardians. Okay, cool. Kirak no longer offers Atlas missions, and defeating map bosses no longer has a chance to grant Kirak missions. As a result, the Planar Tactician, Solitary Expert Reconnaissance, Commission Officer, and Expected and Expected notable passives have been removed. So all the Kirak shit. What are they putting there instead? Scouting reports are gone. Wow. Chisels no longer obtainable. So they nerfed the Maven's chisels, huh? By quite a bit. Quality applies to pack size instead of item quantity. Can no longer appear as corruption. Oh, no longer a corruption. Gotcha. Oh, chisels. You don't have to use 4 of them anymore? Nice. Oh, the Eldritch Altars are still in the game. Oh, I thought they were gone for some reason. They're still in. This is a slight buff to Exarch influence. At least in SF. They nerfed the barrels. Nerf to Blight. Another nerf to Blight. Another nerf to Blight. I mean, this is pretty strong. This gave so much currency and gold. Loot. Horn Scarab Awakening now grants T16 areas contain the bosses from a random Maven invitation? What the fuck? Bunch of Scarab changes. Calguran Scarab of Enriching increases the amount of ore gained from ore deposits and the difficulty and reward of monsters guarding ore deposits for every completed ore deposit in the area. This sounds rippy as fuck. I hate when they don't give us numbers, man. What the fuck does that mean, bro? 10% more? 30% more? What? Why did I do that? Ritual Scarab of Corpses. Causes rituals in the area to contain an additional rare itemized corpse monster that will appear in the favor window after being defeated. One singular ritual corpse? It's kind of mid. Holy Scarab changes, man. There's too many, bro. No harvest. Is Imbued Harvest just gone now? I saw they changed the Horn Scarab of Awakening. Is it just gone? There's no way, right? That'd be insane. Oh, here's that line again. While making those monsters more difficult and rewarding. What does that mean, bro? I don't know what the fuck that means. Synthesized Stability Keystone. Yeah, I think they showed that in the review. It's gonna be good. It's good. See. Downside to the keystone, I think it's just it can cut off your juicing early because you can like bisect to the shaped region and cut off an area. So if you're unlucky, it'll just you'll lose a lot of your juice, but you'll get to the vault sooner. I think that keystone's gonna be worth generally. Should be good. Hmm. Following maps have been re-added. Shrine, Fungal Hollow, Pen, Carcass, Lair, Bog, Terrace, Siege, Dungeon, Relic Chambers, Cold River, Coal Ruins, Wharf, Fields Plaza, Cage, Spider Lair, Courthouse, Graveyard Gardens, Haunted Mansion, Reef, Dry Sea, Foundry, Dig. These are not very good maps. Most of them. All the maps have been removed. Arachnid Nest, Coliseum, Waste Pool, Thicket, Academy, Infested Valley, Cells Desert, Bone Crypt, Toxic Sewer, Precinct Shore, Spider Forest, Estuary Channel, Bazaar, Glacier, Villa, I don't know how you said Villa? Villa? Ramparts, Museum, Desert Spring, Temple, Underground River, Plateau, Phantasmagoria. I'd say this is a downgrade on maps, but is what it is. Yeah, it's definitely a downgrade. Tankable though. I mean, we got a new atlas, so. And it's going to be easier to sustain a map you want as well. You just keep running the same map you want. But yeah, I like how they removed Toxic Sewer and Waste Pool. It's kind of crazy. Rip. And then like Infested Valley's alright. Glacier's nice. I think it's okay. Honestly, the biggest things we're losing are like Waste Pool, Toxic Sewer, Glacier. Everything else is not too bad. Drowning orbs no longer move towards the player if there are no other enemies in range of the player. Huh. Oh, thank goodness, dude. Thank goodness. These are so terrible, these mods. Wait, they could have kept this in. I just ignored this when it was on my maps. Good. Wait, this is actually a nerf to us. Cool. Wait, this is also a nerf. Unless you're playing a trap or totem build, these are nerfs. Alright, I'm not going to go through the Atlas tree right now. I'll wait for somebody to like upload an image or something. And then we'll look at that. Keepers of the Flame as a core league. Starts in Act 6. Breach hives and unstable breaches now spawn areas from Act 6 onwards. Breach hives, 30% less radius. Reduce the visual size of walls. Walls within breach hives can now be instantly destroyed by damage from players and their allies. Yo, minions are probably going to like wreck these walls, depending on the minion you're playing. Minion builds and bow builds are just going to delete these walls, I assume. Kind of cool. But if you're playing like some strike shit, yeah, good luck. That might be annoying. Breachstones are now non-functional. They can be traded to a vendor in exchange for a hivebrain gland. Following items have been removed. All the graphs, fair enough. Genesis tree is now fully grown by default. Oh, wow. Okay. Craft blood has been renamed to hive blood. Provisioning womb gifts can no longer grow weapon or quiver items on the Genesis tree? Yo, what the fuck? So it's back to gambling for weapons, eh? Oh, wait, what is provisioning? What is that one? I don't remember. That's items, right? Oh, yeah. So no more weapons. I mean, it's probably good for balance, honestly. It's still going to be really good for armor. Harby removed. Beautiful. That's a good change. Oh, they said it in the Q&A. Oh, I missed that. Like I zoned out during that. It's a good balance change. It was way too good for making like 2-handed weapons. Generally reduce the total number of points you can earn in each Genesis tree subtree. Oh yeah, it probably will still be a good source of yeah, 5 links, 6 links for a chest. For sure. No more 6-link, 5-6-link weapon though. It's fine though. Fair enough, fair enough. Hive blood no longer requires graphs to store and has a maximum capacity of 100,000. Yo, that's nice. That's a lot of juice. I like that change. Wait. Breach encounters in your maps are always hives. Which one's a hive again? I don't remember which one is a hive. Please slam video. Got your first 2 void stones. Yo, glad to hear it, M-Doll. You gamer, dude. Bit of a gamer. I wonder if bleed slams are still good this batch. I haven't seen anything that leads me to believe it won't still be pretty solid. I haven't got through everything yet though. Wait. Control F Sunder. Well, they actually didn't change Sunder. That's kind of crazy. Okay. Hive was the big one. Is it? There's a keystone. Wait, where is it at? Added a new Alice keystone, Dimensional Foothold, which grants breach encounters in your maps are always hives. There's no way we get a hive, like the big escape hive in every map that we get the breach though, right? It's got to be something else. It's got to be one of the encounter types, I guess. I don't know. Ground slam still the same? That's a good question. Yeah, looks like it's unchanged. Log in. Oh yeah, Hive Fortress. You're right. Yeah, Hive Fortress. I wonder which one's Hive. I don't remember the names of them. Yeah, this honestly, this is one of the biggest patches P1 has ever seen outside of like Harbinger and like when the Conquerors were added. Cyrus patch. What was that, Ultimatum? This is a pretty big patch. I'm curious to see the end game. Should be a lot of fun. I'm logging in. To say the least, I'm logging in. Yeah, Cyrus patch was huge. So I think that was Ultimatum. That was a fun league too. Huge league. Oh, they nerfed Foulborn Barracks for Spite. That thing was nuts. And they nerfed. Alright, this is a nerf to like the cold dot build that I saw. I think Waggle was playing. Ooh, they nerfed the shit out of this. It's still pretty good though. Damn. 40% less on the Hoa, Foulborn Hoa. Or Hand of Thought in Motion, rather. Foulborn Hotum. Dude, were people using this? Why are they nerfing this? I don't know why the fuck they're nerfing this. Foulborn Ghostwraith nerf. It's needed. They are nerfing attribute stacking a bit in this patch. Harbinger removed. Fracturing and Ancient Orbs are now core drop pool. Oh, Engineer's Orbs are gone. I haven't picked up an Engineer's Orb in like 5 years, dude. What a terrible currency. They added all the Harbinger uniques to the core drop pool. Harbinger removed from the Atlas tree. Scarabs removed. Alright, good change. Harbinger sucked. Rip Bozo. Yeah, the first thing I did was Control F, Earth Shatter, Overexertion, Auto Exertion, and they all got hit. I think Slamp is still gonna be pretty good though. Just have to rework some things. King's March has a new career report, a Mota Arrow. Shipping ores and bars in King's March will now return currency items, while shipping crops will return equipment items. Favored resources can now be rolled at ports for 15k gold. Shipments from ports will now grant specific tattoos or rune graphs. Shipments in Nakanu will now only reward tattoos that replace strength passives. Okay. Ports no longer have a bias toward a specific type of currency while shipping. Oh, they never actually confirmed this, did they? We just kind of, the community just kind of figured this out. I think. Interesting. They're raising the gold cost of smelting? Dude. This is turning smelting into fucking crops. I mean, maybe they didn't raise it that much, but still, like, why even put more gold pressure on us? Stop. King's March farmers' gold wage have increased by 50%. Oh, yeah, when I get currency from it, who cares? King's March mappers' gold wage costs have increased by 25%. What? Oh no, dude. Just delete it, man. Delete King's March, please. So yeah, T-17s are no longer area level 84. And then you also cannot get 84 cluster jewels from mappers. So 84 cluster jewels are now going to be hard to get again, I think. But there's still a Bijou though. You can still get them from this. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, Bijouks. Excavation. It's mostly so people actually use the ore. Well, I mean, ore is now, ore is how we get currency now, right? From shipping, I think. So people are going to be using their ore for sure. Like, ore is now the most valuable thing. I mean, why even farm? Like, I don't even see the point of running farmers anymore. I'm not going to run farmers. I'm just going to smelt, run mappers, and then run ships from the ore that I get in maps, I guess. I can't believe I'm doing this. We're back to doing fucking King's March. Lovely. Beautiful. You can play on Zerker now? I mean, Berserker's still good, right? Wait, I didn't even look at it. Wait, Control F Slayer. There's no Slayer or Zerker changes here. Yo, Zerker's still good, dude. Slams but shittier? I mean, Slams but shittier is still really good, though. It's still better than most stuff in the game. Honestly, dude, Slams are still fine. Slams are still good. Just, and not as good late game, I guess, now. I mean, you can just don't play Earthshatters, play someone else. Yeah, they did show us a 50 mil shipment in the content reveal. There was a 50 mil shipment that had 8 divines, 2 mirror shards, I think. Assuming it stays the same as that. Need to run the Alcalgrin scarabs and stuff on the Atlas. Yeah. I think it's always gonna be worth it though. Well, for the most part. Because like you get all the bismuth benefits as well. Like having all the bismuth stuff that gives you like puts the modifiers on monsters and gives you more loot, it's so good. So it's just like a win-win. I don't see why anybody would skip ore farming early mid game. At late game that you can probably drop it. But like bismuth is so good. And then you can also get this lost shipments too. Pretty good, pretty good. Gonna play strikes. What strike you loading up, dude? Dual strike? Static strike? Static strike look might be good. The beastcrafting recipe to increase the level of non-corrupted awakened gem by 1 now adds 500 million experience. Damn. That's fucked up. Nightmare maps are the new tier 17s. Wow. Wait, what? What is this? There's no more awakened reroll. Sacrifices an exceptional support gem for 3 high-level, high-quality support gems? Worst trade deal of all time. What the fuck? Well, I guess actually this is probably okay for the gem imbued gems. Could be alright for that. Syndicate different rewards. Hellborn uniques on It That Fled. Delve. Double a soul fight. Alright, this is actually kind of nice for fossil farming. Tujin no longer sells cluster jewels or abyss jewels in his shop. Oh, no, dude. That's fucked up. That's actually really bad for Gauntlet. Starting skill for Templar is now Holy Strike, and the starting support gem for Templar is now Hollow Support. Oh, wow. Totem placement speed now also scales the speed at which the totems emerge. This is a really nice change. The issue is totems still have 0 survivability. They just die. If you're running hard juice content, totems have no survivability, even if they're like level 30 totems. I don't think I'd play this shit. This is a nerf to int stacking. Damn. The Holy Slam skill used by Herald of Purity minions and Dominating Blow minions now has 32% more AoE. Holy fuck. Is that any good? I mean, this has a cooldown though. What is a cooldown? Crusade Slam. Cooldown 5 seconds. Wait, what about Dominating Blow? Wait, it's the same thing. 5-second cooldown. I mean, it's kind of whatever, right? Sentinels of Absolution now have 44% more AoE with their Empowered Lightning Blast skill. Now deals 4% more damage. Huh. I mean, wait. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, I misspelled it. 44% more AoE with their Empowered Lightning Blast skill. Dude, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's this cooldown? What the hell is the cooldown? Yo, thank you for the raid, Smokey. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, dude. Quality is 40% CDR. Is it? Oh, yeah, it is. I want to see what the basic cooldown is. What is it? Empowered. 6-second cooldown. Man. 40% more damage though. Dude, they tripled the debuff duration as well though. That's actually kind of good. Problem is it's like kind of hard to scale these. My Guardian is smiting. I don't know anything about this. Honestly, I don't really care. Consecrated Path. Wow. Wait, do they want to make this playable or something? How much damage is this? 468. Nah, there's a lot of melee nerfs. Well, slam nerfs. Overexertion got nerfed. Auto exertion got nerfed. Earth Shatter got nerfed. 468 times 1.15. This is 538 damage effectiveness. Sunder? Like 600, 620? Sunder is 620 and 9. It's still bad. It's okay for, I mean, the mobility's nice, I guess. It's not the worst. Wait, does it convert? Isn't it like 50% fire convert? Ugh. Gross. The new camo shown in the preview looks like an interesting Fizz dot piece. Wait, where's that at? I might have missed that for Fizz dot. Oh, it's just generic dot multi. I thought it was fire dot multi for some reason. Huh. Part of the problem with that is with bleed you kind of have to fish for a high roll. And then with this you have to fish for a high roll and you have to land it on an attack that consumes big life flash charges. Is there a way to refresh bleeds? If you could refresh bleeds, this might be kind of cool. It could be interesting, honestly. What's it called? They fisted melee. Melee's fine, dude. It'll be fine. Oh, this is a nerf to cast one stun chieftain. Get fucked. It's not that bad though. I mean, it's not great, but Bill, I don't know. Not through the patch notes yet. How much longer do we have to go? Oh wow, we're almost done actually. Wait, these are actually kind of short patch notes. I mean, I guess a lot of it was a lot of it's the endgame changes. Domblow. Wow, they buffed Domblow as well. Interesting. Why not buff other melee skills? I mean, there's a lot of good melee skills though. It's just Earth Shatter was overshadowing everything else. So they had to bring it down a notch. I mean, Earth Shatter needed a nerf straight up. I guess they did nerf everything else too though. Just less than Earth Shatter got. Earth Shatter. How much of a damage hit is this actually? Like a 17% damage nerf. It's actually not that much, dude. What? Oh, a couple with the others, though. Pretty significant. Holy Flame Totem buff. Variety's never thought in GG's brain. I mean, to be fair, nerfing Earthshatter is going to naturally provide some more variety because before it's just like a no-brainer. Load of Earthshatter. I think it'll be alright. I'm almost done with patch notes, so we'll see. Penance Brand. 10% more damage at all gem levels. They buff the damage effectiveness. Don't look at 30% less damage to elements. Wait, what? Oh, this is not dissipation. I was going to say, what the fuck? I thought this was dissipation. Alright, it's just base penance. Conduction. I don't even know what this does. Honestly, I don't even care. So you get all hear about it. Dissipation. Huge activation nerf. That's massive. Damage nerf. Oh, holy shit. This is per energy as well? Fuck, that's huge. Oh, that's brutal. I mean, it's too good anyways. Purifying Flame of Revelations. I don't know anything about this, man. Holy Relic Life Regen? Oh, we're about to... I'll be there in a second. Ray Specters. No longer gain a hidden more LE damage bonus when converting their physical damage to elemental. I didn't even know that was a thing. They also now scale up their monster level more at gem levels past 20. Gem level 30 Ray Spectre is now level 85. Previously 81. Big strike buff. Pretty good. Stormbrand. So they buffed it substantially. Baseline, but they nerfed the damage on single target. I mean, is that any good? I don't think it's good enough. Maybe. I need to see the math on this single target wise. It's probably unchanged single target would be my guess. But a buff to clear. Still useless. Now places an orb immediately on casting. Rather than the first orb being placed, one cast in the process of channeling. Liverlex Nova skill now grants 985 life regen per second to minions. Yeah, they doubled the regen. Wait, is this unchanged on the player though? I assume it's unchanged on the player. Yeah, it's unchanged on the player. I mean, that's a good change, honestly. Sweep has been reworked and now called Holy Sweep. Damn, they just deleted the base sweep? Why didn't they just make it a transfigured? I mean, fair enough, I guess. They should just made a new gem. Well, no, that's kind of scuffed too. I mean, typically, they would just do a transfigured version. But nobody wants to farm that shit, so. Thunderstorm? I don't know what this is. Bow attack? Doctor leave. I'm out. Mamba, 30% less attack speed if dual wielding, and each weapon hits separately if dual wielding. Dealing 20% less damage. Can I inflict multiple poisons in the same hit? Projectile speed modifiers now affect the time it takes for projectiles to impact the ground. Oh, I didn't know that. What the fuck? Well, what did it do before? Dude, they're really pushing this Dom Blow shit, eh? And they're buffing Val Absolution. +2 radius per stage with their Sunder ability. Where are these guys at in PvDB? Vol Cascade. This is the Sunder, I assume. So affects areas in front of, behind, and on each side of targeted area. This is a spell? What the fuck? I guess everything they do is a spell. %300 more damage, previously 200%. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at Vol Absolution. Setted Sentinels of Domination. Of Dominance. We're looking for Sunder. There it is. No cooldown. Alright, all awakened support gems can no longer be obtained, except for awaken power, enlighten, enhance. So how much of a damage hit is this? It's pretty big, eh? So before you were exerting what, 5? Was it 5? 4 or 5? I think it's 5. So it was 104% more damage, and now it's plus. Or actually, it was 100%. $50 plus 14. So it went from 100% more damage to 64% more damage. Pretty big hit. Damn, that's a pretty big hit, eh? Still fine though. Chieftain. Wow, wait, dude. This is a buff for anything except for like cast when stunned or any sort of ignite cheese shit. Oh! Oh, this is such a nice change. Yo, is it a Guardian League? Oh, fuck, brother. Yo, look at that. Oh, shit. Yo, that's sick, dude. I log it in. %36% more movement speed. Doesn't persist between areas. Yo, that's pretty hot. Morden. I mean, this is whatever. Like, who cares? I mean, this is probably really good, like early mid game. It's gonna be a shit late game though. Assassin. Whatever. Trigger bot buff. CDR buff. I mean, this is not even that good. This is like, this is good against lightning damage, and then all those damage is like what, 6% less damage taken or some shit. It's not very good. Oh wow! They nerfed the shit out of Elementalist. Damn, they just straight up removed that line, dude. That's fucking nuts. Oh no, dude. Rough. So they buff the all chain or the all nodes. Decent actually. I mean, the problem is you have to farm all for this shit. Nobody wants to do that. Wow, did they actually not nerf the Delirium Ascendancy? That didn't happen? Is that like, seriously unchanged? That's fucking nuts. We buff that too. Jug Stat Stacker. Well, they nerfed the Foulborn Hand of Thought and Action or whatever the hell. Whatever the hell it's called. They nerfed it by 40%. Other than that, though, I think it's still gonna be good. Yeah, they nerfed some other attribute stacking things too, though. But I mean, it was so strong that it should still be good. Yeah, it should be good still. Primal Roar. What is that? Dude, nobody wants that. This note's terrible. 50% less life on this tiger? That's brutal. Back to recalms. Embrace it. Embrace the recalms. Weapon trees? I mean, dude, weapon trees were ridiculous. Straight up. Just print GG weapons with like reckless abandon. You guys don't like fun? Yeah, you just like getting infinite currency, infinite loot, infinite gear. That's your like your heuristic for fun, dude. I want infinite loot and I want it now. Yeah, it was like you could make 1K, 1.1K DPS weapons on like day 2 or something. It was ridiculous. Welfare token. Come for my handout. Come for my EBT card. My SNAP benefits. Put them in my hand, please. Put that weapon in my hand, sir. I actually don't mind recoms. I don't mind it. The thing I do mind though is like the gold and the dust cost is really annoying. Other than that, I don't mind recom at all. All rolling's not even that bad though in a quad tab. Dude, I've never played a ward build in my life. Like, who cares about any of this shit? What the fuck? What is this? Dude, they nuked Defiled Forces. Why? What the fuck is this? Curse skills have 50% increased cast speed. I guess it's for like Hex Blast type memes. Or like the new exceptional sport gem. But who the fuck's gonna click this? Ever now? Outside of like some Hex build memes. Weird. Wow, they really don't want us refreshing ignites, eh? Why? What is this about? Beanos, we saw this. Beano buff. They doubled the radius. Buff chaos damage. Need even more gold. Well, our gold demands went down from at least one thing, we don't have to run farmers anymore. But yeah, it sounds like they're making it up in other areas by increasing it elsewhere. It's like it's the same shit. We're back to square one. I hate King's March so much. Blood Notch. Oh, they nuked Blood Notch. Good. Buff Bloodseeker, still irrelevant. I assume. Or we saw that Essentia Sanguis. Yeah, the patch is gonna be sick with all the endgame stuff. A new endgame atlas. Ready to log in. Looks fun. Fresh. Brand new. Oh, they buffed Marohi Air Key. Yo, is it a Marohi Air Key Static Strike League? Wait, doesn't AoE scale Static Strike radius? I think it does. Yeah, they are. Wait, and the AoE got buffed, eh? Fusillade totems? I'm not sure. I mean, totems themselves were buffed. They now come out of the ground faster. I haven't seen anything else about Fusillade, though. Totems. You gotta be careful with totems, though, because totems die a lot. If you do juice content, totems just fucking die. At least that's that's my experience. Yeah, it should be good for day one bossing. I don't know if the damage is like. I assume the damage is pretty solid though. Hmm. Wow. Oh, this is a huge nerf to accuracy stacking as well. Dude, they cut this in half. They nerfed the accuracy on these in half. Brutal. Teen Hue, what is this?
Four heads.
Yo, thank you for the sub Ocean Buffalo. I appreciate it, man. Thanks, dude. What's the build? What are you loading up? What's the build this league? RF. Log in. Something funny? Let's see it. What you got? Hammer went out. Yeah, I got a quickie out. A little quickie. What is this? I had to rub one out real quick. Oh, you got a mirror. Yo. Is that just now? 19 hours ago? Holy, he's playing minions, dude. Holy. Yo, grats, dude. Like the very end of Keepers League? Was I just going to standard with you? Yeah, grats, man. Oh, that was in a 2-stone run? You were just doing some practice? That's nuts. Dude, imagine that was league start. Dude, you deleted all your league start RNG, it's over. You will never financially recover from that mirror. Day before incursion flashback. Holy dude, you've had 2 mirrors drop? I've had 1 mirror from Sanctum only. Mobs target totems and juice content. I think they just treat them like another player or something. Like, yeah, they will go after totems sometimes. Like, they don't ignore them. So they'll get targeted, 1, and then 2, they can get hit by incidental AoE that's targeting you as well. If they're in a bad spot. The thing is, they just don't have much life. So I used to play, like, when I played EA, it was a while ago, like, I don't know, maybe like 6 leagues ago or something. And I did T17s. And I had level 30 explosive arrow totems. They would, like, I'd place them down in juice packs, and they would just die in, like, a second. And, you know, level 30 totems are supposed to have a decent amount of life, but they just fall over. That's, like, the big downside to totem stuff. Now, if you place them, like, perfect placement where they're not going to get hit as often, like, it's not quite as bad, but... I mean, most people don't play like that. They just right click. Whoa, Spike, what is that? Hmm. Wow, they nerfed the shit out of this. Was this popular? What are people doing with this? Cyclone of Tumult. Really? What the fuck? What even does that do? Slower attack speed, higher cost, and lacks a base movement speed penalty. Card Impale. Was he using it on, like, Earthshatter or something? Karn's losing his mind over nerfs, is he? Dude, slams are gonna be fine. They're fine. I think Bleed Slams is... almost unchanged, actually. I think you lose like 5% mana reservation, that's it. I think Bleed Slams is going to be a login. Bossing with billions of DPS? What skill? Is that Earthshatter?
Slams totally dominating the medic category. No, see, that's the thing. This is the thing. There's people like you fucking brainwashed by Fabgun who has no fucking clue what he's talking about. And you guys are all fucking regurgitating his fucking dumb takes. That shit fucking triggers me so fucking much. No, what you don't understand is something is dominating. It's like everything fucking sucks. Everything is dog shit.
Oh, no. Dude, slams are fine, dude. Card is overreacting, dude. He's overreacting. Overreacting hard. Slams are fine. Slams are fine. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, I gotta watch one more time, dude. Just one more. I just gotta basket it.
Slam story dominating the meta category. No, see, that's the thing. This is the thing. There's people like you fucking brainwashed by Fabgun who has no fucking clue what he's talking about. And you guys are all fucking regurgitating his fucking dumb takes. That shit fucking triggers me so fucking much. No, what you don't understand is something is dominating. It's like everything fucking sucks. Everything is dog shit.
Oh, no, no, no.
That's it.
Slabs are fine, dude. Earthshadow's took a pretty big hit. Fuck Earthshadow. We've been playing Earthshadow for ages. All right, let's skim this real fast here. All right, more ground loot apparently. Dude, this is probably not gonna be enough though. They said like double. Doubt it. I mean, wait, what is the phrase? Double of zero is still zero. Ben said the same 3 new skills. Wait, new skills? What do you mean? Wait, what is he saying the meta is? Lowered how much modifier tier rating is granted to rare items generated from King's March shipping. Wow. They nerfed King's March shipping for rares? Really? Whoa! They nerfed gambling? Whoa! What the fuck? Yo, that's some bullshit, dude. Oh, it's gonna be really hard to get a good weapon now early. Yeah, it was strong like day 1, but beyond day 1 it kind of sucked. But this is gonna make entering maps a lot harder. I don't understand why they would nerf King's March shipping though. Like, really? Holy Slam? Honestly, it doesn't look that good to me. It looks okay. I need to like dive into it a bit more though. Numbers for holy skills? We have it for holy hammers, yeah. So like part of the problem is you're not really gonna get any overlaps of holy hammers, I don't think, at least not reliably. If you can reliably get overlaps with it, it might be good. But it's like really small overlap areas. And then you have the whole power charge thing. Which I guess is not an issue late game, but early mid game it is. Holy hammer numbers are met. Yeah, if you can't double hit reliably, yeah, that's pretty meh. Pretty meh numbers, agreed. I don't know, it could be decent. I need to look at it a bit more and it's like look at the damage pattern some more. And like figure out how you would even generate or power charges if you were to play that. Like it's really hard to generate power charges in this game without like a specific unique or some shit. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, cause it expends. It fucking expends endurance charges, right? Each attack? Oh, that's so trash. I mean, you don't have to do the power charge thing. But like losing 20% more damage is kind of rough. 20% more damage when expending a power charge. Who is shipping for rares? I mean, now there's not much a cost to shipping for rares since it's all from crops. I guess I just wanted to nerf it in advance in case it was too strong for like early mid game gearing. I don't know. So the hammer. First hammer in each cascade deals 100% more damage. So 440. And then what, 220 from the hit itself. So 660 times 20% more. Is that right? So 792 with no double hit. Seven. 792 with no double hit, no overlap. Yeah, if you get an overlap, it would be decent, but then it's just like, if you get an overlap, it's like old Earth Shatter, basically. I mean, you can see, like, if you watch the footage, there's a little bit of overlap, but it's, like, tiny. The question is, can you do it reliably? It's going to be, like, really finicky, I think. Wait, where's the footage of it? Is it in here? I know there's better footage in the, oh, it's there. In the video itself. Like, there's a little bit of overlap, but not much. And then if you got an overlap, it'd be what? So the hammers cannot overlap. It's just an extra 220, I think. What the? Attack speed 0.85. 792 plus 220. It's like pretty much 1,000 even, basically. And then you have to deal with like conversion. So you got to get like conversion gloves or some shit. I mean, one nice thing about this is you can run Trinity if you want and just like go fire convert for the other 50. Trinity's kind of nice. Getting LE mana leech is really annoying. You have to get power charges, which is really annoying. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. It's okay. One nice thing is that you get shocks as well, potentially. Shocks are nice because you're doing some lightning. But it's like, I don't know. No axes? Yeah. I think maces are fine though. You get a lot more AoE. Endgame, you get free onslaught. I think I'm okay with the maces. It would be a little bit of a power loss early mid-game though. You could go Giga AoE though if you wanted. Wait, you'd probably do power charges too? So you probably need to go crit too. But the thing is, slams are already point starved. So like trying to go crit as well on a slam build, on a melee slam build, you're just gonna have no fucking points. I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of it. If you like doing power charge memes. You have to go staves. Yeah, I haven't really even thought about the power charges, like how you're gonna get them. What is the best way to generate them? Oh, it's this. True. Yeah. Yeah, you have to play staves, I guess. Fuck. Wait, you could get power charges from this though. You could play with this on maces. I don't know about single target though. You could play maces, I think. I don't know. I think it's kind of... It's going to be... Like, the big issue is it's just going to be point starved. Like, slams already has 0 free points, basically. Like, you just want... Like, every point is so valuable. Trying to, like, squeeze in crit, power charges, conversion. And then there's a lot of unknowns on the overlaps. Yeah, it doesn't seem that great. It might turn out to be pretty solid though. Minion League? It might be a Minion League. Yeah, there's some good minion stuff going on. I need to like dive into it. Like Dominating Blow, Absolution have some potential. Like they're really pushing the Guardian Dominating Blow Absolution angle right now. Bleed League? Unironically, Bleed Slams is gonna be great for sure. I'll probably do an updated Bleed Slams for 3.28. I think the only change to Bleed Slams, at least that I'm aware of, is this, which is like whatever, who gives a fuck? Like it didn't run Overexertion. We're not running Earth Shatter. Just Seismic. Yep, just Seismic. So you only lose 5% mana reservation. So I didn't see any other changes that would affect it. So Bleed Slams should still be really good. Like really good. So yeah, we're probably realistically, I'm just gonna load up Bleed Slams most likely, and I'll make a guide for it. And I'll probably make a guide for one more build as well. Maybe if I find something that I like, maybe we'll look at some minion shit. So we'll do like a Bleed Slam guide again. Update it, and then we'll look at some minion shit. Divine Smite, Bleed Slams. Whoa, yo, log in, dude. Let's go, baby. Why is this shit not load, bro? Wait, let me try another browser. It doesn't want to load for me. Oh, there it goes.
Hey guys, Face Plays here with a build guide for Bleed Slams Slayer. This build revolves around Ground Slam of Earthshaking, but with a bit of a twist. We can swap out Ground Slam for Sunder or Earthquake, depending on the situation.
Oh, Ground Slam's also in change, isn't it? It is, right? Yo. So you just play Sunder like day 1, day 2, maybe day 3 if you want. And then you load up Ground Slam of Earthshaking, Vol Ground Slam of Earthshaking once you get it. Ground Slam's unchanged. It would appear.
The build is fast, slams cover the entire screen, it's fun to
Slams fucked. What to level now? Bleed
play,
Slams.
and damage is great.
I mean, campaign would be pretty much the same as before. Just run Sunder.
With high-end gear, bleed damage reaches the dot cap, around 35 million, on top of solid hit damage and 20% cooling strike. Defense is great with endurance charges, fortify, some maximum resistances, and...
Wait, what is league mechanic? Oh, Mirage. Is this good? Would this build be good for Mirage? I mean, it's good for everything, so it should be good for Mirage, right? And then the beauty is you can just like bleed shit and run around. Because there's a lot of unknowns in Mirage. Use bleed shit and run around, dude.
Recovery with 10-second overleech.
Let's go.
Later on, we also have the option of going the new ascendancy node, Schizophrenic
Oh, wait, we still go this? So you still would play Slayer. For sure, Slayer's unchanged. This is also unchanged somehow. Kind of fucking insane. So late game, in hardcore, you definitely go this. In softcore, you can go something else if you want. Don't think you change anything. Yeah, I think you just have to deal with the mana, like a little bit more mana reservation, which is not a big deal. I'm just trying to think of the build in the context of the Mirage League mostly right now. See if there's anything else that would be worth changing. What did they do to the endurance charge thing as well? What did they change something? Our Blood and Sand. I don't even think the build really runs Blood and Sand. I don't think. Let me find the POV. Let's go. See early game. Seismic, intimidating. You don't really need to run intimidating. But I just ran it early just because extra hit damage for free. Wow. Wait. Fuck. So we're going to be at 23% reservation in an early game tree, which is fine. This would be too tight. You'd have to drop something. Oh, that's kind of rough. Yeah, the early game tree had a lot of free mana. But then mid game it gets tight. Treachery. Yeah, you can treachery it. Yeah, you could just treachery it. Does this have treachery in it? I don't think it has treachery till endgame, maybe? Late game has treachery. Yeah, if you can get a treachery mid game, you're chilling. Wait, how the fuck do you, Oh, there it goes. Oh yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling, dude. Bleed Slams is gonna, it's gonna be really good. Yeah, it's basically unchanged. That's gonna be really good. Log in. I'm like 95% sure playing Bleed Slams on launch. I want to make another build too, though. I want to make a minion build for like what I would load up second. So we'll make a minion build too. Putting Voidstone on Dread, time for a video. I don't think I have time to make one before launch. I was worried they were going to change the Dread, the incarnations. So I haven't made one yet.
Association for.
What is this? Crit Smite of Divine Judgment Slayer. Whose pop is this? Unironically, I think even for softcore people should probably also go Bleed Slams unless they want to like boss or something. Like unironically, I would play it in softcore trade as well. Oh, it's your coach from last league. I gotcha. Crit Smite of Divine Judgment Slayer. I'll have to take a look at this. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I hadn't even looked at that build. It looks pretty good. All right, so I guess we're still going to go Schizophrenic, at least in HC and Softcore. Skip it. Wait, what is it called now? That didn't happen? I think it is. That didn't happen. I need to also look at the all thing. All. So you get... Determ Anger. All right, that's not really a benefit to us.
Ground Slam feels fantastic to press and provides 360 degrees of coverage. The single target setup may be a bit intimidating, but some of it's droppable for those that prefer a more relaxed playstyle.
Wait, you know what? This build's even buff because they buff Smite. Yo, let's go, dude. What is it? What's the Smite change? They buff Smite, dude. Oh, not Smite. Static Strike. My bad. So an extra 0.5 meters of radius, big. An extra second of duration, big. All right, this doesn't really matter much for us. Bleed build, escape the nerf hammer. Yep, pretty much unchanged. Just like a tiny bit more mana reservation, but it's easily fixable with Runegrafted Treachery. So it's pretty much unchanged. It's gonna be really good. I'll make a updated build guide for it pretty soon here.
This build should be fantastic for the reworked Breach mechanic. Here's a quick breakdown of the slam options. Ground Slam of Earthshaking is a...
I mean, we don't need to see this. We pretty much play Sunder until you get Vol Ground Slam for Earthshaking, and then you can swap. Even then, you can still use Sunder for hard content or bossing if you want.
Sunder is a long breakdown of the slam options. Ground Slam of Earthshaking is a wide frontal cone slam. The coverage of this skill is enormous. It quickly expands with no delay and has a better chance to stun. Vol Ground Slam is a huge omnidirectional version of Ground Slam.
Oh, dude, this build's so fun, dude. I love this build. It's a lot of fun to play.
4 charges, costs very few souls, and has a soul gain prevention of only 1 second. It's basically spammable. Sunder is a long, narrow slam that gets wider as it travels. Each enemy hit by Sunder sends out shockwaves to nearby enemies. It shreds dense packs of enemies. These
Melee
shockwaves can cost
KB.
Slayers 20% cooling strike, and they can even aggravate bleeds from the same attack. Sunder
Oh,
excels
dude,
in
all right, I'm actually excited now. Like, we get a new endgame and
maps
bleed
where
slams
you need a
again.
bit more reach for bossing. Sunder is perfectly fine to run until 2 or 4 void stones. Earthquake has 2 parts: an initial ground hit and
All
then
right,
a
Earthquake
huge
sucks. I'm not fucking with
shockwaves
Earthquake. I don't like Earthquake. I have an updated build guide as
Ground
well from
Slam
last
of
weekend. You look at
Earthshaking
that.
handles both clear and single target. Couple it with Vol Ground Slam, and you can somewhat reliably
You get Earthshaking easy now with the changes for Transfigured Gems. Wait, there's only one Transfigured Gem though, right? I don't think it's changed. Yeah, it should be unchanged. It should be like the same difficulty of getting this, right? Ball Ground Slam Earthshaking. I think it's the same.
alternate between Ground Slam and Vol Ground Slam. It's smooth and satisfying to play after getting into a rhythm. Vol Ground Slam is especially useful when you want total omnidirectional coverage and don't want to move your cursor behind you. Be aware that Fist of War does not work for Vol Ground Slam. Single target is a bit more involved. We add Static Strike into the mix.
Yo, Static Strike got buffed? Yo, 1 second. This is actually a minor buff. Quality of life. Yeah, you have to press it less and it has more range as well. Kind of sick. 1 second. I need to make a.
After hitting an enemy with this melee attack, it rapidly hits nearby enemies for a few seconds. This serves 3 purposes. It applies increased damage taken from maim, it quickly aggravates any bleeds, and will rapidly summon minions from Herald of Purity for the Rallying Cry damage buff. The bleed from Static Strike can even clear
dude,
maps
Slayer
on its
Cole as
own to an
well.
extent. Pretty cool. Only press Rallying Cry on single target when you have the minions active. It's not needed for mapping. For maximum burst damage, the opener would look something like this. Drop War Banner, cast Vulnerability, Static Strike, Rallying Cry,
War Banner is
then
dropped.
slam away to get a nice initial bleed rolling.
Since
If you
we can
prefer
run
less
we
complexity,
run
consider
Treachery.
dropping any combination of Static Strike, War Banner, or the Tincture. Remember to turn off the Tincture after 5 or 10 seconds to avoid running out of mana. For leveling, use Spectral Throw until level 12. Run Precision until you reach Resolute Technique.
Wait, would leveling change at all? I don't think so.
Put a Ground Slam gem in your offhand to level it up. At level 12, swap to Sunder.
Well, I wonder if I can just put this video section in my in this league's video. I probably can, right?
And run
I think I
that for the
can.
rest of campaign. At level 24, we add Auto Exertion and Vulnerability. And at 38, we add Fist of War.
Oh, auto exertion mana changes slightly. I mean, that might change a little bit actually, but not much.
In the third lab, you can either farm for Ground Slam,
Playing the
Earthshaking,
bleed
or
build?
just stay Sunder for map progression.
Yeah, you
and
can't go wrong
swap
with it, man. I think
later.
it's gonna be good.
Whichever skill you use, it's worth getting 20%
Log in, brother.
quality. Keep your weapon up to date at all times. Gambling for axes or any slots you need sockets in is
Now you get an extra window to show that you're getting Ground Slam Earthshaking with no choice.
incredibly powerful. Save
Oh, gambling nerf is gonna be a bit unfortunate, but that's all builds. This is gonna hurt a little bit entering maps, but it's fine.
gold as you approach maps, and then heavily gamble for 2-handed axes in Act 10. The Ascendancy is Slayer. First, Bane of Legends. A nice chunk of damage and Reflect immunity is nice quality of life.
All right, I'm gonna be honest. I think we can go different ascendancy probably. Maybe. I mean, it's preference. Like for sure, you always take these nodes, and then after that, like early mid game, it's between these. I think this is gonna be better though, just for like a little bit of speed, some raw speed. Giga Overleach. I mean, it's probably not really needed, but it's always nice to have a bit more Overleach. Stun immunity and bleed immunity. I mean, the bleed immunity is whatever. Stun immunity is really nice, and 20% attack speed is really nice for mobility. I think you just take this. I mean, it's really preference, honestly. You can't go wrong either way. But with Sunder, I think I play this, and then with Ground Slam, I'll probably swap to that. and impact later. This just sounds so comfy, like early game. Tons of attack speed, stun immunity, infinite overleech, or infinite leech. Bleed Slam's decent for Blight? Yeah, it's really good for Blight. Very good. You would gem swap to Sunder though. If you're gonna do Blight on this build, you swap to Sunder instead of Ground Slam. It's like really good for Blight.
For some
Super
extra
good.
mobility and the God tier 20%
Sunder kind
strike
of
for
destroys
25% more
Blight.
damage. Third, Brutal Fervor for comfy.
Bone Shatter still good. Bleed Bone Shatter, like complex trauma. Yeah, it should be pretty good. I don't think it's as good as Bleed Slams, but it's really good. Yeah. Soul has a lot of success with that build. It's good. I don't think it's Bleed Slam's good.
And second,
Good build.
Overleech and some damage mitigation. Fourth, we take Impact for 60% area of effect while mapping and a bit of extra hit damage. Eventually, we have the option of grabbing Schizophrenic Dissociation for enormous damage mitigation.
I'm definitely going that late game.
Damage.
Dude, this build's like immortal too. Well, I could load it up. I think I have my character still. We could probably like fuck around with it. I think this character never died either. My first character died to a bug. I forgot what it was, but it was a bug. Oh, you just need to reslot this. Wait, can we still get uniques from the tree, right? Maybe we go for the belt on the tree? Amulet with recon. Chest from tree. All the armor from tree, I assume. Armor from tree, belt from tree. Amulet recon. Weapon is also recon now, I think. Glider would be better for Blight? Nah, you don't need the explosions. Yeah, you don't need the explosions. You might be able to try Hemophilia for Blight. It has some weird interaction though. Like, I think if you kill an enemy in one hit, the Hemophilia pops don't occur or something. But for Blight, that might be less of an issue. Yeah, they nerfed the tree for weapons. You can't get weapons anymore. Feels bad. Let me just import this character, man. Yeah, this character's still alive too. Dude, this character never even came close to dying. Like, not even once. At least once I got this. Oh, dude, this is going to be so fun, dude. I'm so excited. $5.6K life. Yeah.
For this setup, we'd run different clusters and add in Aspect of the Spider. Here's leveling progression. After Mana Flows, swap out Dash for Frostblink. After the long journey to Resolute Technique, drop Precision. With the Exert Wheel, make sure both Intimidating and Seismic Cry are auto sets. Ideal axe spaces. There's also a written guide for this build. If you ever run Earthquake, don't take the skill effect Duration Mastery, and be sure to pair it
Starting
with
in Bleed
Duration
Slams?
support. Try to avoid volatility from mapping, as it'll likely make clear and consistent.
Sounds like a wise decision,
solid
dude.
option if you'd like
I
maximum
would
clear with
recommend.
explosions,
It's gonna be good.
especially with a vulnerability on hit corruption. Be sure
It's buffed. It's buffed even. Static strike range,
to check out my Recombinator
buffed.
axe crafting
Static
guide to
strike
craft your
duration,
Endgame axe.
buffed. Whoa.
Click like and subscribe if you enjoy the.
All right, we have another build update. Let me check this out.
Hey guys, Phase Place.
What is this? Divine Blast. Oh, this is an attack? I thought this was a spell for some reason. Does this interact with this? I assume it does, right? Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't work. Yeah, no, I didn't even look at the gem. I was just thinking from the gameplay trailer. I thought it was a spell, but yeah, that makes sense. Mostly because the word blast. I was like, oh, that might be a spell, but no, it's an attack. Yeah, that looks like it might be pretty good. Assuming all these pieces work together. Oh wait, this is a Reliquarian. Oh shit, dude. Then you gotta play Reliquarian. Ah, it's fine. That's interesting.
Here with a status update for Bleed Slam's Slayer.
I think I made this a few weeks into the league.
It turns out this build is incredibly strong. It's easily one of the best solo
This is me and HCSSF doing Ubers.
self-found bossers, and it's an incredibly smooth mapper.
I was feeling like a
I
little
comfortably
pussy.
killed all 10 Uber bosses in hardcore solo self-found, and honestly, I never once
Oh man, dude.
felt at a risk of dying.
Damage? Hello?
All Uber boss footage in this video is from
Dude,
my
I forgot, you can just stand still on
hardcore
XR.
SSF
I forgot
run.
about that.
I tanked up to be on the safe side, so damage can easily be much higher than what's shown. Damage felt fantastic. Damage mitigation felt higher than any build I've played in years. Recovery is phenomenal, and the guaranteed damage uptime is great for bossing since it lets you focus on dodging mechanics. For a melee build to really feel good, attack speed's very important.
We are losing the ring graphs as well, but I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some borrowed power from Mirage, right? Surely. So that's
Especially
whatever.
a bleed build that typically uses weapons on the slower side. So late game, it's highly recommended to go 2 large clusters for a huge chunk of attack speed and damage. 2 clusters closes the speed gap a bit between Slayer and Berserker. Coupled with the build's huge AoE coverage, it feels really nice for mapping. Area of effect pairs very well.
Oh yeah, the level 1 supports. I forgot about that. True. Wait a second. That's support gems, right? Wait, how do you get that on a... You can't get a Vol version of a skill with that, can you?
With Ground Slam. Some sources of AoE include Brinkmanship,
Like, I want a Vol Ground Slam of Earthshaking with the level 1 support. That's not possible, is it? Oh, that kind of sucks.
Executioner, Awakened Increased Area of Effect,
Wait, I wonder... I might have to look at that.
and Pulverize. Maces
See if
with
there's a better
Infernal
option.
Ball are also an attractive option for an extra 82% area of effect. I made a setup with an 11-meter radius ground slam. It covers the entire screen except the top corners. The better your weapon and gear, the more you can sacrifice some damage for AoE.
Man, I didn't even think about that. Why does this new imbued gem... It removes your ability to use Vol gems, doesn't it? Unless it, like, Vols it at the same time somehow, which I doubt. Wait, we've already seen the currency. What does it say on it? I don't remember where it's at. Did I miss it? Corrupts a level 20 gem, skill gem, imbuing it with a random strength support effect. Damn. Huh. What are even the best supports for this? Damn, that might suck to lose the Vol Ground Slam. Although, honestly, maybe you could gem swap. You just run this for mapping and then a non-vol for bossing. Might be the angle. I mean, they're only level 1 gems, right? Like, level 1 gems are not that great. And they also increase the mana cost substantially. It's a terrible level 1 gem. Let's look at like... Oh, dude, Cruelty would be such a sick level 1 gem. Fist of War. Alright, I'll have to look into this. My initial impression is it would be best to run this for mapping and then swap to a like maybe a Sunder. A Sunder with a level 1 support gem on it for bossing would be my initial impression. Just get like a Sunder with like brutality or volatility on it or something. All right.
After some in-game testing, Warbanner interacts in a very bad way with Runegrafter Treachery. It makes enemies deal far more physical damage while Warbanner's down. Be sure to never combine Warbanner with this Runegraft unless you have a Death Wish. On the plus side, this also makes the single target rotation a bit easier. A common question that was asked is, when do I swap from Sunder to Ground Slam? Sunder ended up performing extremely well on low gear levels, mainly due to the shockwaves. So it's generally recommended to stay Sunder until you have an 800 plus DPS axe, or you get Vol Ground Slam of Earthshaking. The graphs to aim for are Seize the Flesh and Heart of Flame. Seize the Flesh.
Man, losing the rune graphs kind of sucks, but I mean...
Flesh places many spikes on the ground and they explode after you exert an attack.
Not
Spikes
a huge
can
deal.
even be pre-stacked for bosses. These do incredible damage, especially with
Alright,
pride
this is
and
not relevant.
For the 4th Ascendancy, Impact is taken early on as it gives us some nice mapping AoE and a bit of damage. But there are 2 other solid late game options. Otherworldly Appendages is from the...
Alright, this is gone. Is there anything else worth taking? I don't think so. That's gone. You could maybe make a case for some of the Vol stuff, maybe. No, it doesn't affect bleed. And nah, there's nothing down here. It's all trash.
Breach Lord Bloodline. It's unlocked by defeating the Breach boss duo. Access them by placing a Hive-Brain gland in the map device. With the graph setup next is fantastic. This thing unlock the next Ascendancy. That didn't happen.
Oh yeah, unlocking this is pretty rough. It's fine though. It wasn't that dangerous when I did it.
In softcore, this can be solid for difficult map choosing strategies or learning bosses. In hardcore, it's always fantastic. This thing is crazy good. The aftershock damage is barely even noticeable with Overleech, and taking 40% less damage makes armor so much stronger. Unlocking it in Simulacrum can be tricky. With good gear, it's not too bad. It felt pretty safe when I did it in hardcore. Use Sunder as it excels with the extreme monster density. For flasks, run Jade, Granite, and triple resistance flasks. Consider unspecking Iron Reflexes and Unwavering Stance if you have them. It may be worth swapping out Pride for Purity of Elements if a wave has dangerous elemental ailments like Brittle. I have updated the path of building notes to be more thorough alongside some minor build tweaks including dual large clusters. Overall, this build is a well-rounded beast and has a very enjoyable screen-wide clearing playstyle. Any enemies you touch will bleed out. In softcore, consider playing this build with a huge area of effect setup, possibly with maces. In hardcore, I'd recommend...
I should make a mace pob as well. Huge AoE mace AoE pob.
The typical
For
axe
softcore
setup, and then
gamers.
later transition
If they just want huge AoE.
to a that didn't happen setup for an absurd amount of tankiness. Softcore or hardcore, SSF or trade, you really can't go wrong with bleed slams. If you enjoyed the video, click like and subscribe.
Okay, yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good. Oh, I have a mobalytics guide for this as well. Yeah, the build should be really, really good next league. Really, really good. Pretty much unchanged. Mirage Destroyer. It's the Mirage Destroyer. Oh, I shouldn't. I mean, I'll change this back to 3.27 after I make a new video. Then... Unique maps. I assume we have to drop the unique maps. I think the unique maps still drop as like Wakamaharu or whatever. And you just put it in there and it does it for you. But now we only have to complete 10 out of like 15 or 16, I think. All right. All right, so we'll do the bleed update. Bleed Slime's update should be really, 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 really good. I think it's better than any hit-based slime build right now. After the overexertion nerf, auto exertion nerf, and earth shatter nerf, I think it's the best slime build right now. There's gonna be some other okay stuff, but I think it's gonna be hard to beat to bleed. PB for the build. I don't have one for 3.28 yet, but you can just look at my old bleed slams PBs. They're in the description. It's not gonna change too much. We're running the same build this league. Hey, if it works, it works, you know? If it works, it works. 2 stone runs now called 1 stone runs. It probably is, eh? I wonder which one we go for, either Exarch? Or maybe you do all 4. I wonder how long it takes. Alright, what was I going to do? Oh, yeah, all right, we need to find another build to PUB as well. Alright, what else can we PUB? The fuck? Alright, so, what are our options here? How to craft a good axe? It's probably just gonna be recombinating. I have a guide for recombinating axes. Should still be, yeah, it should still be relevant. So we could look at like dominating blow. We could look at what's it called, absolution. We kill Uber Elder. I think they said you can kill either Shaper and Elder separately for the stone, or Uber Elder for the stone, either or. We could look at sweep. We could look at Toxic Rain. Honestly, Toxic Rain with that new Spore Gem is kind of cool. Holy Strike. What was that? Oh, that was the Hollowed Flame thing. Static Strike, Force. We could play Strike skills. Wait, what is the best strike? It's like dual strike of ambidexterity. Let's just put it in here, I guess. We could do like some Guardian memes. Some like Guardian. I mean, they did buff Guardian, eh? Oh yeah, Michael, I think map equity is gone. But I'm sure they accounted for that when they did map sustain. Surely. But yeah, it sounds like map equity is a thing of the past. For, at least for that. Once you have 4 Void Stones. Oh yeah, that Frost, what is it? Frost Mage support? It's kind of cool. Divine Blast. Could be interesting. I mean, we could also look at... Oh, dude. I was just thinking... Holy Hammers, but then they nerfed Overexertion. They nerfed Auto-Exertion. And the numbers on it are already not that impressive. Like, it's the numbers are pretty solid if you actually get overlaps, but... Honestly, it's not bad. It's decent. We can look at it. Guardian Mace build. I don't think I would play anything but minions on Guardian. Because now that the minion that absorbs damage for you, he's permanent now. You want to build that keeps him alive, I think. Just for ultimate QOL. I think Guardian's on minion ascendancy right now. In 3.28. Trauma stacking is in strike category. Yeah. Oh yeah. You could also do bleed, complex trauma, but that's it's kind of a solved build. I guess it just put in the strikes category. And you could use trauma stacking, yeah. Trauma stacking on wait. Static strike? Honestly, static strikes I think is gonna be a really good build this league. Static strike's already pretty good and it's getting buffed. Anything else worth looking at? Nothing else that I can think of. Wait, what the fuck is Shield of Light? Oh, it's the retail shit. Yeah, fuck that. Static strike of Gathering Lightning. Maybe. Shock Nova, yeah, who cares? I think that's kind of it. I don't think anything else really stood out to me. There's a void zone change in the patch. Here's 3 of the void stones. I don't know what the 4th one's from. I don't remember. We still need 4 void stones. You have to go to each corner of the atlas to get a void stone. Each corner will give you 1. All right, honestly, I kind of want to make a minion build as my other build. So, what do we got? It's like Guardian. I mean, realistically, this node is literally Fortify now. This is just Fortify the node, except it's much more restrictive, or conditional rather. So if you want this to be permanent, all right. So if you play Guardian minions now, you have to invest in minion defenses, so you never have to resummon this shit ever. So man, Guardian really didn't change that much, outside of permanent this, which is nice. And then this is moved over here, and there's like some hollowed shit. I don't know, maybe the hollowed stuff's good. So it's either like Guardian or still Champ. Alright, minions don't have accuracy anymore, so this node's kind of mid now. It's okay. The nice thing about Guardian is it's in a better spot. Like, traveling from Duelist fucking sucks. You have to do, like, if you want to do lightning shit, you have to do this shit. Which is kind of annoying. Basically wasting 22 points. I mean, it's not even wasted necessarily, but... Cyclone, Holy Relic, Guardian. Ah. That could be interesting, actually, yeah. That's actually not a bad idea. Hallowed, Holy Relic. And you could either do... That's actually a pretty good idea. Deal B. You either do Cyclone or Lancing Steel. They both would work. Of Spring. Hollow. Wait, it was in the... oh, here it is. 10% of physical damage is extra light damage for each of your hollowing flames that have been removed by an allied hit recently, up to 80%. Oh! Wait, I misread this. It was read differently in the trailer, I think. Oh, this is for the player. This is a buff for the player. What the fuck? Yeah. I didn't really read this when I went through the patch notes. I just saw it in the content reveal. Physical damage is extra light damage for each of your hollowing flames that have been removed by an allied hit recently, up to 80%. So this is going to be permanently 80%. I mean, that's a lot of damage. The problem is, what else do you take on Guardian? Static Strike work with Holy Relic? Holy Relic of Conviction? Kind of, but it's not going to be as good as Cyclone or Lancing Steel or Spraying. So, like, you actually have to invest in minion defenses if you want to play Guardian hit-based attacks. Wait, is it spells? Wait, holy shit, this works for spells too? I mean, there's not even that many good spells that are Fizz, eh? Wait, Penance Brand? Wait. Oh, God. Wait. Can you just fucking play Penance Brand with this shit? Yeah, you could probably play base Penance Brand, yeah. You'd have to, like, look at this a bit closer, but how you're going to actually get the buff going, rolling. I'm sure it's not that hard, though. It's an option. But yeah, as far as slams, I don't know if I'd play slams on Guardian or, like, any sort of melee. Unless you want to invest in minion defenses, which nobody wants to do, or run pure developments, to be fair. You just run pure developments. What would be the last node? Probably shrines. Shrines in this. Well, whatever, the new node, not this one. Maybe, I mean, you could probably drop this late game. Drop that late game and go whatever the hell you want. I mean, maybe there's even an angle to go that too. Probably not though. Any bloodline instead of shrines? Oh yeah, true. I forgot about Katarina. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I don't think Guardian's that good still. Unless you're going to build around the new node. If you build around the new node, I think it has some potential for sure. But anything else, I think Guardian's still kind of eh. It's still just, it doesn't have a lot besides the early game relics. Block node. The block node's alright. It's not great. Herald of Purity. Yeah, true. True. Yeah, Penance Brand Guardian's probably going to be pretty solid. Assuming that the base Penance Brand is good. I know they buffed it. I don't know how good it is, though. Any other good fizz spells? You could maybe even do Wave of Conviction of short this. I've seen some builds around this. Could be interesting. Ball Lightning Orbiting Archimage. I think so, yeah. I'm not too familiar with the state of it last league, though. I know the league before last was pretty solid. I assume it's pretty good, though, yeah. Still. Bladefall? Wait. You could do BFBB as well. I think. Wait. But Blade Blast is, it's Fizz, right? Yeah, it is. BFBB. That might actually be interesting. Tornado? Holy Flame Totem. Holy Flame of Totem of Ire. All right. I think that's like all I would consider messing with for a second build. So what interests me the most? Minions, Sweep, Static Strike. I don't think I'm interested in Guardians. Frost Mage support, that's like some softcore trade league shit. I don't really care for that. Divine Blast. Not sure. Holy Hammers. Nah, I'd rather just play Bleed Slams. Hollowed Holy Relic. Honestly, this build's probably going to be good too. First build is it's gonna be Bleed Slams. Bleed Slam Slayer is gonna be. I'm probably gonna play that day one. I'm like almost certainly gonna play that day one. But I want to make another build too. It's either gonna be Minions, Sweep, Static Strike, or Some Guardian shit, probably. Nerf to slams. A Bleed Slam Slayer is pretty much unchanged. Every other slam build got nerfed. Bleed Slams is just as strong as it was last league. Pretty much unchanged. The only Bleed Slams change... Here, I'll make a command for it. The only changes are 5%, extra 5% mana reservation from auto exertion. Easily fixed with Ringgraft of Treachery. Slight quality of life increase from static strike buff. And well, that's literally it. I think that's it. I think that's it. And then also like the level 1 support gem stuff. Which might change some things. I still need to think on that a little bit. All right, so I'm going to have to do a little thinking on this, on the Dominating Blow, Absolution, Sweep. Maybe we'll look at some Guardian stuff too. Static Strike. I'd say I'm most interested in these, Static Strike, Sweep, maybe some Guardian stuff. Everything else is kind of whatever to me. So I'll probably PUB another build as well. And I might make 2 guides if I have time. Ascendancy for Absolution. I mean, that's the thing. So Absolution, you only get 3 minions, so like scaling Absolution minions with auras is kind of cucked. Unless you have 2 different minion types. So like scaling it with like Smite and Wrath and stuff. Or I guess the Wrath is only a % or more spell damage. So the only flat damage they would get is what Smite. That's it. They don't really scale very well with Wrath. So it's either Guardian. What else? I know softcore cooks would probably play Witch, but I fucking hate Witch. So it's either Guardian, maybe Champ. We need to see Requarian as well. It's probably Guardian. Probably Guardian or Champ, either one. Not sure. Mage Blood? Nobody would league start anything else. Although to be fair, everybody's flasks suck ass day one, maybe not. You'd play something else and then switch to Mage Blood later though. What did I look at? Oh yeah, I want to see the Static Strike of Gathering Lightning. Yeah, it'd be pretty similar to Holy Relic for sure. Can't wait to play Slayer again. That's right. We're about to get Slayer nerfed. Slayer good. Berserker, Berserker is still really good. The slam nerfs are a pretty big hit to Berserker, honestly. Berserker bros, it's over for us. While you have Gathering Lightning, attacks with this skill will cause chaining beams of lightning, which chain further the more Gathering Lightning you have. Maybe for clear you'd use this, and then swap to the regular gem for bossing. And the beauty of the build is making the build is my character's already together and intact. It's gonna be so easy to make the footage for it. Just log into this character and make the footage. There's a lot there. You want a high max and a low min. High max, a low min. Fuck. Elementalist. Golem node first. Let's see. I'd say if you're rushing this wheel, yeah. If you plan on rushing it, yeah. If not, then you don't take it first. Man, it's crazy they just removed that 50% buff effect. That's such a big nerf. Oh no, dude. Oh no, no, no. Elementalist? Who the fuck is that, dude? Oh, fuck that. It's a Slayer. Yeah, Slayer. Maybe Guardian. I think Hyro is going to see a lot of use as well this league. Elementalist dead. I'm not dead, but like, kind of dead. Cultist will probably see quite a bit of use. Necro sees use every league, but it's just a lot of like softcore mini cooks that like that. We'll see some Guardian. We'll see some Hyro, Inquisitor, whatever. Berserker usage is going to go way down. Way down. Dude, fuck Berserker. Berserker. Okay. Berserker sucks now, dude. It's over, dude. Champ's still pretty good. Slayer is sitting pretty after patch. What they do with the Berserker? Nothing directly, but the overexertion nerf, the auto-exertion nerf, and the Earthshatter nerf hit Berserker really hard. So there's not like a compelling reason to play Berserker right now, really. I think Slayer's gonna get nerfed in 3.29. Probably. Dude, it's over for Karn. He's gonna fucking rage. At this rate, those Slayers get nerfed next league. We actually Reliquarian might see some use. We need to see all the nodes though. But the nodes they did show were not impressive. Did not do much for me. Totally flaccid actually. But there might be some good stuff there. It's not really Elementalist that dead. Since you can just still stack Primordial Bond Clusters. Yeah, true. I was thinking more like early mid game. Like if you're gonna like do all this, there's probably better builds you can play it, right? This is... Oh, it's a large cluster jewel. Yeah, I mean, they'll still be pretty good with this stuff. That's like a late game thing, though. I mean, that's a pretty big number there. Gladiator? Problem with Gladiator is you're forced into using a shield, and it's hard to do damage with a one-hander. Unless you do, like, some weird energy blade shit. Or, like, some sort of, like, life stacking. I mean, Grey Wind will probably see some use this league as well, I would assume. Oh, but he got nerfed. Grey Wind got indirectly nerfed by the overexertion. Auto exertion stuff. Grey Wind's still pretty solid, though. Glad just doesn't really... Like, one-handers are kind of bad for dealing damage right now. Let's see what's... What are the Glad builds right now? Glad for Valdo? Do you do like the Lucky Block or something? I'm not really up to date on the Valdo builds. Are people doing like Lucky Triple Block or whatever? Alright, so yeah, Glad is... What is this? Cast when something? Who fucking knows? What the hell is this? Dude. Half of all Glads are using this shit. It's a lot of mitigation, yeah. Block is so good. It's just a matter of finding a way to deal damage on these builds on Glad. Eviscerate's an option, but like, fuck playing that. Do the Chieftain Lifestack build, which is insane last league. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Snaking is honestly still viable as well. Oh, I got, man. That's some pretty big hits. I don't know, man. Auto exertion nerf, overexertion nerf. On top of the nerfs that snaking got last league. But there's some secret, there's like some tech with snaking. It's still pretty, I think it's solid still. But not very appealing. Not much incentive to play it, honestly. So yeah, Eviscerate. I saw some Energy Blade stuff on this shit too. Really problem with the auto exertion. You talking about which build are you talking about? General thoughts on the map changes. I think it's really good. It's like refreshing. It's nice to see a new endgame. I was like partially, like very slightly triggered because I just made an endgame Atlas progression guide. Now it's all completely out of date. Got one whole league out of it. That was a good video too. Yeah, at least my crop rotation video is still relevant. But yeah, I would have to make a new one of these videos. I don't know if I want to. Feels bad. General about auto exertion. I mean, if you're gonna play like Chieftain or something, yeah, the auto exertion changes don't affect you. But nobody really wants to be pressing like a lot of war cries, right? Most people don't, unless your name is Most Positive Man.
Hey guys,
Goodbye, my
Phase
beloved.
plays
Dude, I
with
spent
an
so
in-depth
much
guide
time and
for
effort on this fucking video too.
Let's dive in. Let's for an already completed map. Connected maps and
So I wonder
incomplete maps
if all
with
of this is
footage
still
already
relevant.
completed.
Who knows? Kirak's gone. Goodbye. 3-1. Oh, this is also gone, eh? There's no more 3-1. All the Kirak nodes are gone. All this shit. Get the support gem coins on Vol gems. Oh yeah, you're talking about the imbued gems. Yeah, I don't think you can. You can't get a Vol gem with an imbue on it, I don't think. So I think what's gonna have to happen on Bleed Slams is You just do a gem swap if you're gonna boss for a gem that has +1, or like a level 1 support gem on it or whatever.
Is vitally important to help avoid a bad expedition, tent, and searing exarch. Points. The Envoy and Maven. It will grant quest progress 15 maps. The invitation, these can be worked on considerably. For Maven's Voidstone, here, it can be difficult to often. Each
Dude, map favorites are gone. That's crazy to me, dude. I can't even think of a time without map favorites. It's been so fucking long.
time a map is favorited, it scry repeatedly.
Wait, is scrying still in? Wait, scrying's gone, isn't it? You just run the map you want. Oh, wait, is scrying still in the game? Maybe it's still in the game. How's this gonna work in the new Atlas? Maybe it is still in, actually.
Run a map that has your
probably
desired
is.
divination cards until the nameless seer appears. The seer will allow you to overwrite the divination.
Yeah, it's probably still in the game. I don't know how else you would like target div cards.
Run a map that has your desired divination cards until the nameless seer appears. The seer will allow you to overwrite the divination cards of another map. Rolled with the map unlocks tier 17.
So tier 17s are gone, but we still have to fight those bosses in nightmare maps, right? Is there a way to target nightmare maps? Like which one you get? How do you target nightmare maps? Because like I don't want to be fighting Citadel boss in hardcore. Fuck that.
Fragments depending on the map's item quantity. Type / Atlas pass at a Glassark altars or bulk saves an absurd amount of time.
So wait, rolling maps is unchanged, right? Just no more chiseling. Is that the only change?
And later on, when rolled books over Maven Influential Invitation, it can drop. Click the icons on the Atlas passive tree to quickly find match.
I wonder how we target T17s. I'm curious about that. Maybe it's like maybe it's still the same. Each map has a specific nightmare map it drops. Maybe.
To quickly find Atlas tree down window. Consider using a transmute, regal, then ball for a potential.
All right. Did not include the new sign ascendancy in the notes. Nope. You don't get that till later. I'm sure they're still working on it. I'm sure they're still working on a lot of stuff. Oh, also, all the new exceptional gems. Maybe there's stuff relevant for Bleed Slams, but we don't have that yet either. So I'm still gonna wait on. We still need to know the exceptional gems. Some unknowns there. What are the ones that we know? Yeah, we cannot have the extra support gems on vol gems, it would seem. So it's probably going to turn into a gem swapping situation. No changes for Bleed Slam? Yep, correct. Windfall, no changes. Or it's pretty much unchanged for the most part. And everything else got nerfed. All the other slams, so... Bleed Slams should be goated. Should be the goat. I wonder when we get this list. Wait, are they even going to give us this list? Coin stuff is cool, but it's some power creep. It is power creep for sure, but it also, we lose some power because it's going to be harder to get like level 21 gems, ball gems, stuff like that. Or just like impossible to get a plus support gem and a ball or level 21. So yeah, there's a little bit of a trade-off, but yeah, it's really good. You don't like Volground Sam? You were playing Sunder? Sunder is really good. You really can't go wrong with either one, Sunder or Volground Slam. Like, I mean, there might even be a case to be made for Sunder over Volground Slam just because of the extra support gem. You could probably make a case for it. Yeah, I think I would still run Volground Slam for mapping just because the coverage is ridiculous. And then swap in Sunder for anything tankier than a map boss. All right. Dude, do y'all think we're gonna get the exceptional gems before launch? I'm really curious about the exceptional gems. There's a lot of unknowns here. I feel like they're gonna keep this shit secret. Getting Maim. I mean, like getting Maim, getting Fortify, getting Cruelty. There's a lot of good sport gems. Yeah, because you get the 40% cruelty. Like, gem level doesn't even matter. It's so sick. Like, 40% more on a level 1 support gem is fucking nuts. I think cruelty is probably going to be this. Bone Zone Bleed Guide? No, Bleed Slams. I'll be making an updated version of that right there for the league. Should be good. Should be really good. If I have time, I'll make another build as well. I'm probably gonna make a minion build because it's been a while, and you know we got some new minion toys. So I'll probably look at one of these or Hollowed Holy Relic. I think Static Strike's also going to be really good. Sweep, I don't think the numbers are really there for Sweep. It's too slow. 70% attack speed. Toxic Rain, nobody likes to play Toxic Rain. Too much clicking. Frost Mage is probably going to be good, but that's like some softcore shit. I'm not doing that. Holy Hammers, I think it's kind of mid. So yeah, we'll probably make a minion build or something. Wish Handcasters got some love. Yeah, man, we've been saying, like, the community as a whole has been wanting Handcast self-cast buffs for years. They just never do it. Part of the problem is, for self-cast buffs, they have to nerf Archmage. Like, it has to be nuked or something. Otherwise, how do you balance it? But yeah, I think I'm going to call it here, boys. I'm going to start working on the updated bleed guide, and then I'll POB or try to like Theorycraft one of these minion builds, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, be on the lookout for a bleed guide in the next couple days, and I'll be back soon. Thanks for chilling, boys. As always, I appreciate it. Catch you guys later. Until next time, take it easy.